All right, let's push the button, refresh, and see if I can be heard. Hopefully, this won't take too long. I can be heard, and hopefully, this won't take too long. Got 12 watching, and I guess people will usher on in. Hit the like button as you come in. Do me a favor. And this is actually gonna, yeah, we're gonna get it today. I got time today. Okay. This is really going to be a play-by-play, as driver's ed calls it. Um, Now I like Hammer. My young Padawan. Um, he takes the information out, in pretty well and disseminates it out. I've heard him do it quite a few times, and I don't mind that. I don't mind people taking my information and what I've introduced into the space, making it their own and spitting it back out. Okay. I don't, I'm not one of those guys that clout chase, say, "Oh man, you taking my fucking talking points, you not shouting me out." I'm not one of them guys, okay? Kevin Samuels did it for years, and but on the back end, Kevin asked me, "Could he use it?" And I said, "Man, whatever I got, you know, you don't even have to shout me out. Just use it. Use it as your own." You should tell them that all the time. I say that with anybody. If you get something from me, just use it. I said, you ain't got to give me no accreditation or any kind of like that. If you want to give me respect, that's fine. But hey, what's good, Doc? I got to get the belt out. Hey, Snowman, what's up? We just it just greet some people. John, what's up? Jim Rat, what's up? Smitty, Cool Gamer, Excalibur, Joe Average Brother, what's up, man? Mrs. KP Bailey, Hubert, K Ron, Trey, and the lovable Dr. T. Hassan Johnson, PhD motherfucker, is in the house. Snowman, Winston. Hey, well, if some people want to go, is going to want to get off. It's fine. Well, I'm not. That's not that's not the point. Okay, I don't mind people using my stuff. But the thing is, man, and I want to say this to Hammer. I'm sure he'll wind up over here somewhere along the line. What's up, Char? Uh, he'll wind up over here at one point or another. But my nigga, you can't use my talking points and my information and the stuff that I taught you to slag me. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. If you want to use my information, that's fine. Whether you praise me, whether you don't praise me, whether you agree, you disagree, okay. Whether you want to make money from it, I don't care. But you're not gonna use my information to slag me. You're not gonna take my information, the stuff I talk about, half use it, and then turn around and try to slag me with it. Talk about an old nigga that don't understand. Negro, you didn't get that shit from your school. You didn't get that shit from any place else except here. But now I'm the old nigga that don't know nothing. I remember this is I think was it Color of Money or the Hustler or something like that, right? Where the old man says, "I taught you everything you know. I didn't teach you everything that I know." My young Padawan. Now we're gonna boot this up. What's up, chemistry? We're gonna boot this up and we're gonna do a play-by-play. And hopefully you guys can actually hear this as I boot it up. Uh, for first, when I saw this on Edward's Telegram, right? So, you go and support, and you hear your name in relationship to a video that we did yesterday. Okay, and you're gonna laugh and joke like you're 20 years old. You're gonna laugh and joke like you 90 years old, and you understand the whole world. And you're 20, we don't understand shit. That's fine. But all the shit that you were talking about, all the talking points you had, man, that's the shit that you heard me say 3, 4, 5 years ago. All the stuff that you talk about, you just heard about that. I heard about this shit coming before you even fucking born. You're just 20. My youngest child is 27. I was hearing about this stuff before she was born. And then, but then you half tell it because you don't understand the way the world works. You think you do, but we're gonna get into this. What's up, Red Boy? And this is what bothers me, man. You get young fools, and it's nothing wrong being a young fool as long as you don't stay one. They go to college, they get a half education, they come spitting out like they're Einstein or Marx at 50. Yeah, the whip's getting ready to come out. It's one, I don't mind getting slagged, okay? If you're gonna slag me, that's fine. But you can't slag me. You can't slag me with shit that you learned from me and then make it your own and then slag me with it. That doesn't work for me. So I'm gonna share my system audio. We're gonna go here and we are going to do a play-by-play. Okay. Let me turn this up. See if hopefully you guys can hear this.
Don't know how long it's gonna last, but I know one thing is that I felt like I had to do this because this live stream really is mainly in response to a lot of things I've been seeing happening in society, in the manosphere. And also, just a quick note, shout out to the Roger report. Shout out to the brother. He's been kind of blowing up. He's been pretty good. Roger's a guy I know very well. You know, in fact, when my channel was kind of starting off, early on, I think last year, Roger was so manosphere, a lot of men like Ruben Lamar and Logic Sphere, that was just intensively pushing back on Kevin Samuels and his whole die alone thing. We're not being housewives, we're not being traditional. This is the main argument that we have been hearing from women towards the males here, right? Is that the only reason why these guys are talking because they ain't got no money, they can't spend shit, they're broke, they're dusty, right? In other words, whenever guys will bring the complaints about how our children are not being submissive, we're not being housewives, we're not being traditional, the sort of response we get from the women was that, it's because these guys are a bunch of dusties and broke, right? And so Kevin Samuels, to me, despite his faults, was the perfect response to, okay, here we have a guy, all in suits, he's about a high value man. His entire image and platform literally caters to guys who are not dusty. He literally caters to guys who have money and resources. So all those arguments that we've been hearing about how, oh, well, the reason we don't act a certain way is because the men are broke. Well, here we have men who do have money. So are you still going to change? And what we started to hear, even though now we had a guy like Kevin Samuels, even though now we had a guy uh, that we were kind of pushing into the ether, right, and out into sort of the internet, that actually had money, that actually was in many ways a response, right? Because you couldn't call him broke. There was really nothing to tell about. Kevin Samuels was he was the guy had a shape up. He was decently looking. He was 6 foot. He had money, everything. And yet, despite all of that, what do we see? We saw women after women after women after women hop on this dude's panel and argue with him. And it's like, I think a lot of dudes, right, put a lot of hope on Kevin Samuels because the thought was, okay, these women won't listen to the average dude. Maybe they'll listen to guys who have money. Maybe they'll listen to Cam Newton. Maybe they'll listen to dudes.
Actually, we didn't put a lot of hope in Kevin. Okay, that what the women actually put more hope in Kevin. Okay, Kevin blew up because of circumstances. So the fact
I
that
care,
that
right?
that, that, that he blew up, okay, that's a 20-year-old. Continuing.
The same way guys don't care about being, a lot of Gen Z don't care about being traditional or kind of, leading a household or, being a traditional role. A lot of women also don't care as well, too. We got to be honest here. Also, don't care as well. And so as a result, a lot of guys put a lot of the hope on Kevin Samuels. And I would say even me to a certain extent too, because we thought that, look, Kevin Samuel is the ultimate trump card, okay? Because he's a guy who actually has the resource, the money, everything. You know, was he destroys the whole
The ultimate trump card was not Kevin Samuels. The ultimate trump card, even as I talked to Kevin, was the environment. Everybody, all the guys knew that it wasn't Kevin that was going to change these chicks' mind, even though he was an avatar for the manosphere. Everybody knew it was the COVID and the economy that was actually going to transform women. It had nothing to do with Kevin. But that's the young man thinking that it's a personality that's actually going to sway people. Continuing.
dusty argument. And yet, despite all of that, what did we see, right? Is that literally right after Kevin Samuels died, they will step over his grave. Now, I want to play this video of this chick. I'm not going to be here for that long, so I want to do this. Haters. I think it was a couple of days ago, in response to the whole, die alone. Because I've always told guys, okay, the reason why I told Art and BGS a lot about the artificial womb and the artificial wife is because I truly do believe that there are only two ways out. And every single day I keep getting proven right.
Negro, you didn't tell us about the fucking artificial womb. I told you about the artificial womb. The artificial womb has been around since Dolly, okay? Since freaking Dolly in 1991, okay? Dolly the sheep, okay? Before you were born, you were just born in the 2000s. Dolly the sheep the artificial womb was created, what, 10 years before you were freaking born? How you gonna tell me about something that I knew about 10 years before you were born?
Over and over. Okay, there are two ways out of this, right? Either, right, we actually, you know what? There are actually three ways out. They are three ways out. Okay, the first way is either we completely return back to the agrarian society, right? And by doing that, right,
Where'd you hear that from? Okay, you hear that from that was the black pill perspective. Okay, that's what I hate. Okay, if you're going to um, use my information, use the talking points, use what we're talking about, you're going to learn from me. You can't come back and try to teach me with the shit I taught you. At least talk about it where it came from. Talk about where it came from. Where'd you learn this shit from? You know, I see kids do that all the time. They come back and they think they're so smart and they repeat the same shit that you just told them like a year ago or 2 years ago. And they forgot where it came from. They come back and tell you that. I think Dr. Johnson was saying the same thing. He put out a chart and somebody sent him his own chart. Okay. Somebody sent him his own chart. And Dr. Johnson just laughed. People come back, they think they know it all, come back and give you the same shit that you gave them. Anyhow, continuing.
the women will essentially be forced to return to traditional. A lot of the sort of traditional roles you become accustomed to come from the growing age. So the first way out is return back to a growing society. But I know most guys are not going to give up their phones and their YouTube, so that's not a good solution. The other way out is we essentially need to create a post-capitalistic economic system, right? That essentially incentivizes family. See, capitalism, market-based capitalism, as we know it, is an environment that essentially disincentivizes families. Because
Where'd you learn that, man? I just put that up. What is it? With the Empire Cotton, and we talked about this shit. How it disincentivizes families. Did a whole lecture about the Empire Cotton and the Industrial Revolution and what the states wanted and what the society wanted. So were you going to use the stuff that I taught you? Come back and slag me? Really, really, my nigga.
it requires the women to be a labor force and a consumer force for the economy, right? Essentially destroying capitalism, right? Essentially requires
Industrial capitalism. Capitalism itself was at the beginning of capitalism was still feudalistic, and still land based. Okay, capitalism started right in the middle of um, the idea of capitalism actually started right in the middle of the feudalistic age in Europe. Okay, it was still agrarian. This is like 300 years before the start of the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution, industrial capitalism ruined the family. It wasn't capitalism itself, but you don't get it right because you only get half the facts.
the destruction of the traditional family. Because if you have a traditional family where the man is working, the woman at home with the kids, guess what? You can't fully utilize the woman as labor for, not as labor force. So the second way out is to completely create a brand new economic system for the world, right? Outside of capitalism, and one that essentially incentivizes families. But of course, that's damn near impossible to do because you know
It's not the organization of we think of as family. It's not nuclear, okay? It's not necessarily patriarchal, okay? The original organization of family, as we call it, was the clan, was the tribe. You from freaking Africa, man. You know about the clan and the tribe. The way we organize families is comes from the agrarian age, from a particular age, okay? But that is only a fraction of the whole existence of human beings. But you run off I don't, I don't mind if you didn't put my name in it, I'd have just let it go. But you trying to school me with half-ass wisdom that I gave you? Please, my nigga.
the economic economies are very fragile, so they can easily fracture. The third way, which I think is the only real answer and the way we're going, is essentially the artificial womb, right? Growing children artificially, and also the artificial wife, right? I'm sorry, y'all. You guys, at this point, we're gonna have to use technology and genetically engineer the women we want. And
I'm
dudes
gonna
want to
let
hear that.
I'm gonna let it go because I want you to get his logic out, right? But thing is, he's only taking a piece of the logic, right? He's taking a piece that he wants. He's not looking at the whole totality of this environment or this technology. There's a reason they're holding this shit back. Okay? There's a goddamn good reason they're holding this shit back. But they're not putting out this technology to actually create what we call human beings artificially, or basically what we call artificial human beings. They're really not artificial. Genetically enhanced human beings is not just so you can have your own private fuck toy. Okay, that's not why they're doing this. Anyhow, continuing.
But that's why I keep talking about what about the artificial wife. Dudes lose their mind. Look, I know what I'm saying, and I still feel consider. I saw Roger on this panel. He was arguing with this female. It was just sad.
You know the haters, the ones that be mad that women be knowing they work for real. Tell me, you're gonna die alone. You know my response? Well, at least I'll be in heaven. Probably won't meet you there, buddy.
See, one dumbass millennial, one that dumbass Gen Zer to another. That's the problem. The failure of the modern educational system. Okay, basically, what my thing, man. In fact, I'm gonna put this out. We got a lot of 30-year-old teenagers that are millennials running around because I'm listening to these chicks arguing that are in their fucking 30s, sound like they're 18, 19 years old, and now we got Z's that are 20, 18, 19, 20, sound like they're 12. Like this chick right here talking that shit. She sounds like she's in middle school. That's what she sounds like. This is that delayed maturity that I'm always talking about.
Let's play it again.
You know the haters, the ones that be mad that women be knowing they work for real. Tell me, you're gonna die alone. You know my response? Well, at least I'll be in heaven. Probably won't meet you there, buddy.
Yeah, and so the only question I have now, right, and this is why I keep telling folks that when I say that the artificial womb and the artificial wife is the only way out, I know what I'm saying. So my question is this, y'all. Now that these women are now coming out and saying that they would rather die alone, what's the answer now? Because I have heard so many dudes say, "Oh my God, Hammer, that's too extreme." Look, when I say the artificial wife, I'm not talking about doll. Okay, I'm talking about genetically engineering women from scratch. Okay, they're going to be flesh and blood. They're going to be just the woman you see right here. They're going to look like this woman exactly. They're going to look like just women, right? Right. They're going to be flesh and blood and organic. The only difference is that they're going to be genetically engineered. So she's going to be a completely flesh and blood, living, breathing female. The only thing is that she's going to be genetically engineered from scratch, right? So she is going to be essentially what I call a human 2.0.
Human 2. You think, like I said, you have what you have a 20-year-old man that has the maturity and wisdom of a 12-year-old. You think that human 2.0 means that they're gonna make me a genetically flesh and blood fuck doll, and that's what the technology is about. Really. You think all this apparatus, all the trillions of dollars they pouring into this is just so that guys like you can get you a designer blow up doll that's flesh and blood. Really. Anyhow, let's continuing.
But the thing is, though, she will be genetically engineered, and she will be genetically engineered to
Eh,
be and act the
Oh, by the way, if I sped it up too much and you guys can't get the gist of it, I'm trying to get through it so it doesn't take too long. If you can't understand what he's saying, I'll slow it down. So if you can't understand um, him talking because because it's going too fast, just put a 2 in the chat. I'll slow it down.
way you want her to act, and she's gonna be organically based in flesh and blood. But dudes don't want that. What they want to do is hop on panels and argue with the natural females all day. It makes no sense to me. So my only question is, so what are y'all going to do now, though? Because when I tell them my solution, which ironically is where we're going anyway, they tell me, "Nah, man, we need to fight to save the natural female." I said, "Look, I said, look, because of where we are going, okay, because of the demographic decline globally, because most countries are post-industrial going to the same demographic decline, because that's where we're going, they're going to have to roll out the official. Now, here's the thing: as a man, you can take advantage of this society. I mean, I'm sorry, you can take advantage of this new technology and say, hey, look, in addition to us creating, in addition to us sort of creating the artificial womb, right? We can also use that same technology to create artificial wives, one that was genetically engineered and that was essentially, created to be submissive and traditional, right? Did this way, they will be completely not affected by the environment because they literally are going to be genetically, biologically
And it's called a genetically engineered Stepford wife, 1970s. Okay.
engineered to be a certain way. Trey said, "How long do you predict the loop becomes viable?" I would say, hopefully, I would say by 2050, because you have to understand the governments around the world, many of them have been holding it back for ethical reasons, but for many of them, they have no choice because most countries, see, countries that go through industrialization, there is a post-industrial effect, right? There's a decrease in marriages, a decrease in children, right? You start seeing women start to adapt much more sort of, feminist ideals, right? And like South Korea right now has a birth rate of 1. So, and I think South Korea recently essentially reached the cross of that cross, meaning that in South Korea, the more people die than being born. I'm like, that society is literally going towards extinction. If look, look, I've told you, okay, unless we turn back the clock to an agrarian society, unless we create a post-capitalist economy that essentially incentivizes children, the human race is essentially headed to extinction. And the only way
You don't know that, dude. You don't know that. You have no clue about that. Okay, headed toward extinction of human beings just because you have a partial a reduction in population. Basically, the population has grown like 20-fold, almost 20-fold in the past 100 years or so. The past 150 years has grown like 20-fold. Even if it gets reduced by 60%, human beings will not die off. Human beings will not die off. So that's an exaggeration. Anyhow, continuing.
the only way for us to keep the technology we have, to keep the environment we have and still survive, we are literally going to have to merge with our technology. Or, well, we're literally going to have to be born to technology, right? The artificial womb. And of course, a lot of dudes are scared. A lot of guys are not ready for that conversation. But I said, look, you can't run from it. Every single day the birth rate keeps dropping. Every single day you have dudes fighting on panel. But it's obvious where's it going. And look, there's a lot of guys in this space, right, who feel like I'm just this. Look, I'm not even radical, okay? They want to pay me as a guy who's, oh my god, he's radical. He's talking about the artificial. He's talking about. I'm not radical, okay? I'm realistic. Okay, I am fucking realistic, and see, I accept things for what they are. But there are a lot of dudes out here who I'm saying, look, here's in between me and let's say guys like Roger. Okay, Roger is a guy I like, I respect him, but the difference between me, Roger, and BGS that BGS and Roger, even right, they would spend hours. It's so funny because I saw this live stream today on Roger's board, right, and they spent damn near 4 or 5 hours arguing. Now here's the thing, right? When I was doing live streams last year, I was doing that, but that was for entertainment.
It was for entertainment. What do you think Roger was doing it for? You think Roger spending 4 or 5 hours arguing with a chick because he wanted to argue with her? Guys want to argue. Guys want to argue. Guess what? Roger had 300 people watching. Okay, that's the most Roger's ever going to get on, right now on his channel. So why wouldn't he extend it? Because guess what? You guys are cash apping him. You guys are super chatting him. He's, basically the money's coming in. You guys are being entertained. That's why it was on. Even I said it at the end. It's entertaining because guys want to hear what women say. Sometimes guys want to show up and see the fight and throw their apples and throw their this stuff at the screen and stuff like that. Because it's entertaining. What do you think Roger was doing? He wasn't doing it just because he's trying to convince the chick. Come on, man.
Right? Most of those streams, I did not talk. Right? Most of these streams, I did not talk. I just let.
In other words, you did the same thing that Roger did.
Dudes come on here, and the funny part is that's when I realized a lot of these dudes like arguing with females. I said, "Yo, I did not realize how many men in the manosphere love arguing with women."
Until you became a content creator, okay. And the reason you let it go is because what? It was entertaining. You came up and started arguing with females because it was entertaining. You were one of those guys. But how soon do we forget?
Now it was entertaining. It was funny. I mean, and it was so funny. They will all come one by one, get shouted down by a chick. Like, no, man, let her talk. Let her talk.
Duh. You think you're the first one to actually come across that? You think just because you discover it, yesterday, that we discover it at the same time. This stuff, dude, you just got into college. You're 20 years old. Okay. You were in middle school when we were doing this shit. Okay. Got to remember all these live streams that you're doing. I used to do in 2014, 2015. I was doing the same shit. Okay. That you're doing now. I was doing this 5-6 years before you even got here. I don't know what you're talking about.
I couldn't believe it. I said, yo, this is just sad. Now I understand that I understand that if you're someone of the older generation, but see, I don't even think I'm special. I'm not even that special. I'm not. I personally believe what's going on here is that I am much more willing to, I think, accept things for what they are and move on compared to a lot of these dudes can't do that. And I can understand, look, if you're a guy like BGS, you got grandkids, and I get it. It's a whole lot more difficult, you're more invested. But it doesn't change. I'm like, dude, when you guys are on panels being shouted down, that's not a good look. Because you're trying to convince guys like me that the artificial womb is not the answer.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna let it run for a few minutes. I'm gonna comment.
The artificial wife, right? Genetically engineering women to be wives is not the answer. I'll say that's okay. Well, if that's not the answer, what's your solution?
In other words, my solution is you're gonna have to reform the way families actually come together. You're gonna have to reform the laws. Okay. The artificial womb will not be necessary once it comes aboard. Will not be necessary for baby making, right? For males or females. But guess who's going to have control of the artificial womb? It won't be you. It'll be the state. The state is actually one that actually needs children, not you. And if they can create as many children as they want, that's number one. Number two, humans 2.0. What is humans 2.0? Okay, what are the aspects, right? Larger cranium size because they need an artificial womb, and I think there was a Russian chick on RT that said this. The reason you need an artificial womb is because biology has maximized the head size of a baby that a human woman can actually push out of her cervix. You've maximized it. The baby's head is as big as it can get without killing her. Okay. But with an artificial womb, there is no limit. There is no physical limitation. Okay, so if you raise I think I said they want to increase the head size like 10 or 15%. But the thing is, you double the human being's IQ, possibly even triple the human being's IQ. Okay, that's humans 2.0. They come pre-wired for the internet. In other words, all those neural nets they're going to build, neural interfaces they're going to build, they're going to become pre-wired for the internet. The baby's actually going to come out connected to the internet. They can download information instead of read books. They're 3 times as smart. They're going to have nanobots and other kind of physical enhancements. So they're going to be 3 times as smart, 3 or 4 times as strong. They're going to be way more adaptable and resistant to human diseases. and they're probably going to be taller, and they're going to be way. In other words, the version 2.0 with all the enhancements, they're going to be nothing, almost nothing like human beings 1.0. They're not doing this so that you can get a bitch that you can fuck on demand. And you keep forgetting, my Negro, that you are not human being 2.0. What you're doing is you're wishing for your replacement. So my Negro, you will be an underclass. Now, if you want to be part of underclass, sweeping up, cleaning up gyms, or mopping floors, just like they did, I think it was called Gattaca. Want to be one of those dudes, and they want to make you a wife that can't reproduce? If that's the kind of lifestyle that you want to live, fine. But this is the reason they haven't released it, because morally, you're going to have a genetic competition between humans 1.0 and 2.0. And the state can make as many human beings 2.0 as they want to. And guess where that leaves you? Are they going to keep you around, or are they going to wipe you out? That's the part you don't talk about. You just think that artificial womb means artificial bitch, means artificial pussy. Humans 2.0 means they can take a human being and adapt it, instead of trying to adapt the Mars environment for the human being. Just adapt the human being for the Mars environment, or adapt human beings and actually go out in space and mine, asteroids, so they're adapted to be out low gravity and low oxygen. You just adapted it. You just built it into the human beings because you can make them on demand for whatever needs that you want to have. You make the human being whatever body you want to have, and then put the AIs and put the electronics built into the child. That's human being 2.0. That is not you, my Negro. You think they're just replacing a woman. You don't think they're going to replace you too? Anyway, continuing.
And then every time I turn on my YouTube page, what do I see? A bunch of old dudes literally being disrespected live on panels. Is that your solution? Come on, y'all. Is that your solution? You guys are going to argue them to submit? Come on.
It's not about the thing is, if you actually listen to what we're talking about, we're not actually arguing with them to submit. Number one, we're showing guys in real time, this is the woman that you have. And guess what? There's 300 people watching that shit, including one guy that was actually on the panel with us that was younger than you. It's a human thing. And what we're trying to do, and what Kevin was not trying to convince all these women to change and be the kind of wife or high value man. What Kevin wanted to do is show men, which is what the show was for, in real time, what women are actually like. That's the whole reason. That's the whole reason. That's the whole reason for the whole show. That's why you did it. That's how you used to come and visit, because you wanted to hear women in real time and see what they're really like. But now that you've learned, that you think you gained knowledge, you want to come back and say, nana nana boo boo, I know more than you. Bullshit. You don't even know what you know. Okay? Like I say, my nigga, I taught you everything you know. I didn't teach you everything that I know. Continuing.
And whenever I bring this up, right, a lot of guys will say, well, Hammer, you know what? The environment, you know what? When shit gets bad out here, they'll come back and say, we'll see. We'll see. Because I told you that I don't think a lot of you guys, FBA, and I have no problem with that, right? Because remember, I talked about how, in Africa, if I'm giving an example, I'm giving an example, okay? I am from West Africa, okay? So for me, I am very much tied to the Black African community. I know that right now in Africa, right, as African nations start to industrialize, you are seeing a growing number of African women that will start to be feminists. So I know what's coming. I can see it. Every single day I'm seeing so many African chicks online talking about African men, that back and right, back and fucking forth. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And so I know what Roger and BGS are going through, right? Because I know that what happened to essentially, Black people, what happened to women in the West is now something to happen to Africa.
You have no idea what Roger and me has gone through. Roger doesn't even know what I went through because Roger's not old enough. You have no idea what I went through, dude. You know, you're not even experienced enough with women to know what me and Roger have gone through. Okay, we already know. I'm not even put your history out there. Okay, not even gonna put your history out there. You're looking for a fucking shortcut. And when in life, what you're gonna learn, there is no shortcuts. There's trade-offs. There's either solutions or trade-offs. There is no shortcuts. Shortcuts means you have to make a trade-off somewhere. And what you're saying about what's going on in Africa, where'd you learn that? Where'd you learn this? You didn't learn it from being on the ground. You didn't go out and poll people. Where'd you learn this? Who told you about this was going to happen? You know what's like I say, my nigga, I don't care about you using my information. What I do care about is that you using my information and then trying to slag me with it. You trying to coach me with it, and you only know half of it. Half of it. Well, not even half. I wish it was half. More like 10% of it. So you listen to us. You listen to me. You listen to Roger. You listen to me and Nameless and Nicole and people like that. And now you're trying to make an educated guess. Because, oh, they were right. Oh, I see it now. You wouldn't even see it or know what it's about unless my channel and other people like me actually pointed it out, my nigga. Continuing.
So I am literally now sitting back and seeing, the African community literally slowly be absorbed by feminism. So I know what's coming. But see, the difference is that I'm willing to accept, hey, look, the women are choosing to go on this path. The traditional African society I've been used to is not this anymore. Okay, fine. If you African chicks want to go on, that's fine. I have no problem replacing y'all with technology. And that's the difference. Okay. I have no problems replacing. See, when it comes to African, my own women, I have no problem using technology replacing them to make sure.
Nigga, what technology is going to replace you too, my Negro. Like I said, you think this is what is it about you Z's, man? You think technology, like your smartphone, is going to be your lover. You think this technology it doesn't cut both ways. You think this technology is just out here for your pleasure. You don't even understand what the smartphone is doing to you as you're on it. It's the tech that you're on. They're monitoring you. They're controlling you. They're feeding you shit. But you only look at the positive side, okay? The pleasure that I get from it. You don't look at the negative side. And basically, you're a programmer. When you actually get out there into the field and see and peek behind the curtain and see the shit that's coming, my nigga. You think there's human beings going to be running this shit? You're setting yourself up um for a Terminator style Skynet. Skynet is already alive, right? You have people in Silicon Valley actually worshiping an AI god, but you haven't even considered that might be your future. You think of you're gonna have this utopian future where you get to do your thing and you get to design your wife and you get to make love and she'll be like the Stepford wife serving you dinner, washing your clothes, and then bending over on demand without her saying anything or giving you any kind of headache.
Sure, right? To make sure patriarchal society sits in place. But a lot of guys like Roger and BGS, they're not willing to do that. They're not willing to accept the artificial womb. They're not willing to accept the artificial wife. Not willing to do that. What they want to do is hop on panels. And look, I respect BGS. I respect Roger. Those guys are like mentors to me, especially BJ. He taught me a lot. He showed my videos. And shout out to the brother. Like, he real. Because, come on, y'all. That was not a good look. I saw y'all on that panel. I saw y'all on the panel arguing for.
Hammer, what is it about? What, 3 months ago, you had the white chick on your panel, and she was giving you the work, and I had to get on, and they actually had to call me over to come over and save your ass because you couldn't decipher this white chick. She was giving you the work. She was giving you the business. I had to come over and save your ass. And you're gonna tell me about women, about what I know, and you're basically the age of what if I had kids earlier, my grandson. So I like my grandson telling me about life. Come on, man. Come on, sir. All the stuff, all the tech that you lived through, I lived through this stuff from the ground up. You think that tech is new to me? My technology, my introduction to computers came with punch cards. Okay, with punch cards. That's how far I go back. We had to literally use punch cards to program a computer. That's my introduction. 1973, using punch cards to play dice. And you telling me about tech? You just got here, man.
4 hours. Now, to be fair, I was doing that I think a couple of years ago, but see, I did that for entertainment. I was like, yeah, let's see. But yeah, y'all, when the streams were done, I keep this on my stream. But the difference is that a lot of these guys, when they're on these panels, they are actually trying to change them. Yes. I think that's the difference. Is that a lot of these guys, no offense to Roger and Vince, you guys are not going to live to see what's going to come. Okay, because you look at what's happening right now with Ukraine and the economy and Russia and China. See, a lot of you guys know that I will say in 20, 40 years, you're not going to be here around. So it's so you have the ability and the chance to go out here and kind of keep roll the dice. Compared to guys, we can't do anything. We can't. We need a different path. We've seen y'all try. And as a West African, I'm now seeing the same thing happening in my own concept. Look, if these African females want to start playing with feminism, look, we're not even going to give you the chance. We'll replace you so fast.
You can't replace human beings that are already there. Okay, you think that you can just take a wife, some cells, put it in a tube, and basically in 6 months come out with a wife? That's the way the tech works? Really, my nigga? Come on. Anyway.
See, that's what separates me and see. I have no problem replacing the women with technology. I have no problem with that.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Let me slow it down. Okay, he's talking fast because I got him speeded up. Let me slow him down. Let me slow him down. I got him at 1.5. I'll slow him down. Let's try 1.25.
To give you the chance to no. Right now, to be fair, a lot of guys may not be. A lot of guys may drag their feet. Okay, a lot of guys may be dragging their feet. A lot of guys may be, well, we gotta save them, bro. We gotta save them. But y'all, let me play this video again for all the folks who are just starting to come in. Shout out to Be Easy.
I don't know what his fascination is with chicks like this, man. I don't get it. Well, you know what? Maturity level. Okay, I keep forgetting.
Do arguing on panels about? Yeah, I know. But so the whole idea of this video is kind of in response to the whole Kevin Samuels phenomenon. I like Kevin Samuels. I supported him, right? Because I felt like Kevin Samuels to me.
I felt like that's feminine. It's feminine, my dude. You just called us a feminine. I felt like it's feminine. That's coming from your feminist training in college. They're rolling these kids out here, man, emotionally unready. Which is why Kevin Samuels was not here to actually fix women. He's actually here to fix people like you. To be honest with you,
was a perfect social experiment as to whether or not the women were essentially lying or not. Okay. And essentially, one thing I saw was that for a very long time, whenever a lot of guys in the manosphere will make arguments about women not submitting, not being traditional, which is true, the rebuttal that the women would give was that, well, you guys are dusty, right? That was a rebuttal. You guys are a bunch of dusty dudes. You guys have no money. You guys can produce crap. Okay, that was the argument that a lot of men were getting. So Kevin Samuels was kind of the sort of manosphere response to that. Okay, you women are saying that a lot of you women have been saying that, hey, you don't want to submit and be traditional because guys are dusty. Okay, we now have a guy called Kevin Samuels who is about high value man. He has men who have money. Okay, so we now have the guy who represents money. So are you guys going to submit? And what we saw that even though Kevin Samuels had the mix, he had all these black men, all these men that had money and resources. These chicks still came on his panel and disrespected him night after night after night after night after night. And y'all, they did it so much that even after this dude died, they were still disrespecting him, right? And this is a guy who had money, this is a guy who was in suits, and they were still treating him like another.
It took all that, even though the black manosphere had been telling you that women are like this, especially older dudes like me, which have been telling you this is how women thought, and a lot of times women lie and they say shit. But the thing is, it took all of that for him to prove it to you, and that's what he said his mission was about: not to change women, not to change women, to show you exactly how what women are actually like, to show you. That's why he did it. Had nothing to do with the reaction of the women. It's to show you how women are. And women actually showed you who they really are. But you would have never known it unless Kevin had done it. That's what he was actually there for. That's his value. Even he said it. That's going to be my value. Not how much money I make or fame I get. These videos are a template about how to do this and how to have a conversation and really get down to the truth. He said it. He said it at the very beginning.
Dusty dude, right? And I remember you had guys, because every time I bring up the artificial wife, what do guys tell me? Hammer, hammer, they're gonna die alone. Just wait. I said, look, I don't care. Okay, my view is this: I believe in solutions, and I've always said, look, if you guys have a solution that works, I will follow y'all. I will accept it, right? But so far, nobody has been able to find a solution. Nobody, nobody. And I was able to find a solution that is proven. And the irony is that the more and more time goes on, you guys keep proving that I was right. That in many ways, like I hate to say it, unless we do some drastic measures, you're gonna have to replace the women with technology. You're gonna have to essentially.
Wait a minute. You don't even. How do you even know that this stuff is even going to work, Hammer? That's the whole thing. You think just because it shows up on a video that it is actually going to work in the real world. You have no clue how this stuff is going to work. Unless somewhere you're in a lab somewhere, you got these artificially grown females, these artificially grown sex dolls, for lack of a better term. Unless you got a bunch of them, you tested them out. You have no idea how this stuff is going to work. She's going to have to. Is she going to have a brain, limited intelligence? How you going to wire this chick? Is she going to be 2.0? She can't be 2.0. She's just a version of 1.0. If she doesn't have all the enhancements, you're gonna make it with the enhancement, more strength than you, smarter than you. She's actually gonna do what you say, or she gonna look at you like a bug, like a dog, or like a chimpanzee with limited knowledge. How that's gonna work? If she can learn faster than you, uh, smarter than you, talk faster than you, she's bigger than you, she's stronger than you. If she could, so you gonna what you gonna do? Try to do what? Make a human actually get rid of the human will? Human will is actually innate. You think she's not gonna have some kind of soul of consciousness? Is that what you're saying? She's gonna be an automaton with the human brain but no soul? Is that what you're saying?
Technology is the only way at this point. You're gonna have to merge with the tech. You're going to have to recreate people artificially. But see, when I bring that up, dudes are, oh my, but see, dudes don't want to see, dudes will essentially scream that what I'm saying, but they will spend 4 hours on panels. But the crazy part is, right, I was just sitting back saying, fine, let me see if these guys, if their solution works. If their solution works, and then I'll adopt it, right? And what did I see? I saw Kevin Samuels literally this guy literally spend the remaining years of his life trying to argue females down to be more submissive. And then he ended up dying, and those same females literally spit on his grave. And now you have women you got chicks out here saying, I would rather die alone than submit to you. I see, look, I understand that women care about survival, but I feel, look, for a lot of women in the West, they have become so used to the freedom and the privilege that for many of them, it's like, look, they view that as something worth dying for. They view that as something that, is worth them killing for. Because from the point of view, when they look at that, look, I may not have enough money, I may be broke. I may not, you know, I may have nothing going for me, but at the end of the day, I don't have to listen. Nigga, what the fuck did he say? He said, even if you're correct, hammer the artificial, if you don't start, what do you mean satisfy women physically? When I say artificial woman, like, do you understand what I'm talking about? I mean organically. Okay, you know what? Let me do that right. So look at this female right here. Okay, this black. Okay, organically based would mean they're genetically. Mean that right? They are going to be living, breathing, flesh and blood females. Okay. The only difference is that they're going to be artificially created. They're still going to be 100% organic. Okay, right? They're still going to be 100% organic flesh and blood, right? If it will, in other words, they will have 100% of what a natural, all of the biological components that natural women have, an artificially engineered female will have the same thing. In fact, she'll even be superior because she will have no diseases, right? Right? And she will be smarter, more intelligent, right? Her body will be better built because it'll be created artificially. Come on, y'all. What do you mean by I feel like a lot of guys, when I say they purposely talk about sex though, because that's the way of kind of hiding. Look, I'm not talking about sex dolls. Okay, I am literally talking about genetically engineering women from scratch. That's the reason. See, the only reason why they haven't really kind of went down that road because there's a lot of ethical reasons. But because it's cool, bro. It's cool, bro. It's cool, bro. In more instances, it's not even about you. It's because I had BGS today hop on Roger's panel and say and talk about anyway. I'm not gonna do it. But look, shout out to BG, by the way. BG is a cool dude. But
I told him, I was telling her, I copped on the panel. I said, you got guys that rather fuck a blow up doll rather than deal with women like you. And I told her the way she was acting, the way she was actually comporting herself on that panel, talking through people, talking loud, being obstinate, acting like a petulant 9-year-old, was the reason that people like Hammer would rather get a doll, a blow up doll, a sex doll, than have sex with you. Now, what he's saying is just because she's biological and she's got all the parts, she's got a brain, all the parts. If she has no soul or human will, guess what? She's still a doll. Made with different materials. You're asking for the same thing with different materials. That's all you're asking for. You're not asking for a human being or companion. You're asking for a doll, for an appliance that will actually be submissive to you, to your will, to your whim. That's what you're asking for. And when I say doll, that's what I mean. It doesn't matter what the materials that you put into the doll. Basically, a human being without a will is a doll. It's an android. It's a human flesh-based android without a human soul. Anyway, continue. We're gonna do like 2 more minutes, 3 more minutes. We're actually gonna open it up.
look, right when I say artificial, I mean organically based. Okay, I'm gonna give an example. Right? Okay, when people say the artificial womb, what do they mean? It means that they're essentially going to genetically engineer kids from scratch, right? Now, this is called ectogenesis, right? So, for example, when we create kids organically, right, normally, right, we have a sperm and an egg, right? They want to end up, we are heading in a situation in which we could be in a situation where they will be able to genetically engineer human children from scratch. It's called ectogenesis. Now, if we can genetically engineer living, breathing human, if we can genetically engineer, right, living, breathing human babies from scratch, trust me, when it comes to women, it won't even be a struggle. Okay, you will genetically engineer, I'm living, breathing from scratch, right? And in fact, they will be assigned to the man that buys them, right? They'll be trained and bred to essentially operate the way you want to. For me, right? Yeah, but they won't really be bred. They will be genetically engineered. They'll literally will be created from scratch, right? And grown in tubes. genetically engineered from scratch, grown in tubes, right? And then, right, specifically to serve them. And they literally will be biologically created, biologically programmed. Let me give an example, right? Give an example. If you look at a dog and a cat, right? Dogs are literally biologically programmed to submit. That's what dogs are. Okay, it is in the biology to submit to a master. That's the reason why for human beings it's easier for us to get a dog to follow our leadership compared to a cat. Cats are not biologically, wired to submit. That's why they sleep all day. They're always growly, right? But dogs are biologically They're literally biologically wired. They're literally biologically wired to follow the master. So these women will be organically blazed. They will be genetically engineered from scratch, and they will be biologically wired to submit. So you don't have to worry about feminism, right? Once they are done, growing in their tubes and taken out, we're trained. YOLO. If I had control of a society, and this one is fear, okay? I am the ultimate utilitarian. I don't care, okay? I will use whatever I need to achieve my aims. If I
Guess where he learned about utilitarianism? Guess where he learned it from? He gonna use it in an argument against me. Guess where he learned it from?
believe it is for the good of the greater society, okay? Well, this technology is really based off the artificial womb, essentially.
All right, all right.
Essentially.
That's enough. I think you guys got the gist of what he's talking
So
about.
right now we have. I'm gonna give it.
He's just gonna repeat himself. So we'll stop sharing, and I'll drop the link for you guys. You guys can come on. Ah, man. Hammer, 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 hammer. Don't do it to him, Hammer. Don't do it to him, Hammer. Oh gosh. Basically, this is. I mean, he's been watching too much Westworld. Okay, too much Westworld. Uh, they they were talking about this in Philip K. Dick wrote about this uh, 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 when he actually talked about what I forget what was it Blade Runner. Um, it was actually talked about in Brave New World. It was actually talked about in Dune with the Galaxian masters, where they actually artificially created their females, their lovers, and it actually turned the females into artificial wombs. Okay, really interesting. But this idea has been around a long time, and basically, when he wants a compliant doll, she wants to make uh, the wife or the companion an appliance. That's what he's talking about. And obedient compliance, basically, you talked about an artificial AI built to submit with no will, um, just wrapped in human flesh, basically. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, gosh, cringeworthy. I think he can listen to himself in 6 months. Well, I just had to have time today, man. Because if he hadn't mentioned my name, I'd have just laughed it off and kept going. But you can talk about I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not aware that I'm not willing to accept the artificial womb. Whether I'm willing to accept it or not, it's going to come. Okay, and it's not going to come for the reasons that you think it's going to come. You think they're going to create all of this, just so you can have your Stepford wife, that you can have sex on demand by the woman of your choice and the looks of your choice. You think that's why they're creating this? We all know how technology can actually go wrong. I mean, go left. Okay. Me and Nicole were actually talking about this baby a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, about humans 2.0 and artificial womb and what the ramifications could be. And we're not even talking about the artificial intelligence that's actually coming up behind it. I haven't even talked about that shit yet. What's up, AB? How you doing?
Um,
I know.
I'm sorry, I can't
I,
help it.
yeah, altered
Uh,
carbon is something. Altered carbon is something different than what we're talking about. Altered carbon is actually growing bodies and transferring um, uh, sentience from one body to the next.
I hope I wasn't that dumb when I was at it. When I was this age, but good
Yeah.
lord. Uh, he need to keep living. That's all. Okay. There's a lot I could say, and well, you're experts in the chat, and I really, she probably speak on it more than I do, but I don't think it'll go through.
You know what I'm saying is, that's how come I always ask Nicole questions about this because, you know, I always, just like you're a programmer, I
Yeah,
respect the person that does the goddamn job every day.
yeah.
I have more respect for the person that actually sits there for 8, 10 hours and does that than I have the person that reads a book or somebody in a lab someplace doing the experiments, right? The person that
Ooh,
does the
don't get
job
me
every
started.
day is the person I respect. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
if you a theoretician or you're a teacher of computer science someplace at a university, that's all well and good. Give me the guy that has to bang out code for 12 hours a day. He's the guy I want to talk to.
Yep. Don't get me started. Did somebody get obsessed with a design pattern and mess up their whole program. Just focus on one design pattern. Let me let you in on a little secret.
Go ahead.
You have to, if you want to create effective software, you
Uh
have to
huh.
know when to break the rules of that design pattern. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, and you can only know that by experience.
Yeah.
It's just like creating a user interface, man. Because I was actually somebody sent me an article about most adults or have a sixth grade literacy rate, right?
Hmm.
From I think from like 15, it was like 25 to 74. I said that doesn't sound right because for years the average literacy rate was right around eighth or ninth grade. How did it go drop all the way down to sixth grade? So I went on to actually try to take the test, right? Let me
Mm,
get an example of sample test, right?
yeah.
Okay. A lot of that stuff that the sample question you were given is actually understanding the user interface on a computer and understand what the computer was trying to ask you. Okay, where do you find this? Where do you find that? It wasn't that they couldn't read or understand the text. It's understanding not only the text but also the universal the user interface, how to get to information, right?
Yeah. Just
And that's not the
understand.
same thing as literacy. Now, but that's what they're going by literacy now. How well can you understand the user interface in front of you to
Hmm.
make a decision? I
Yeah.
said
User experience is becoming really big in the tech industry.
yeah, it is. But the thing is that they're trying to design things the way human beings work, right? But
Right.
that is extremely difficult when you go from person to person.
Oh yeah, I can tell you, it's easy writing software for yourself, but when you have to write software for the masses, oh, that's when
Yeah,
it really gets difficult because you got to tell your program how to do everything.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Your Trey, I can tell you, bullshit. Okay, he's not ahead of the curve. Okay,
Based on
the
what
per
facts?
the person that this young lady right here, she's ahead of the curve. Okay, not him. He's guessing. The stuff that he's talking about, they talked about. I was listening to Art Bell in 1995 talking about this. He's not ahead of the curve. He's catching up to the curve. Okay, he's not
Hmm.
ahead of the curve. Not no. Basically, it's the state. It has the ultra rich has nothing to do with this, man. You guys are making guesses. You guys are making guesses. Okay, we're talking about a controlled state. The ultra rich have nothing to do with this, right? Because they're going to get replaced, just like everybody else. It won't be just us. It'll be them too. Because if you get
Yeah, about the term.
creatures that are three times as smart as you are, guess what's going to
Hmm.
happen? You're not going to be rich for very long.
Hmm.
The thing is, what you're going to try to do is give it to your children so that your children can stay out ahead. Anyway,
Yeah. But when I first saw, like, wait a minute, I was like, why is he picking on him? Then I started listening. Oh crap.
if he hadn't put my name in, I would have kept stepping, and I wouldn't even thought about it. Okay, but he's trying to counsel me that I'm behind the times. Okay, he's trying to counsel me, and I'm listening to him. And said, yeah, I said, dude, you not. I said, you don't even understand or encompass all this technology and where it's headed. And so you don't have a clue. You think that all this stuff is that you can put some cells into a artificial woman. Our pop's a woman for you to
So,
for you
so
to
he,
love on.
so based on what I heard, he wants a Android blow up doll.
Yeah, he wants an android. He wants a
With
flesh
some,
android. Step. He wants a step for the wife. That's what he really wants.
well, actually, based on what he said, he wants a almost an Android Terminator to a degree. Well, maybe not the Terminator part, but built similar to the T-800 or whatever they call it, that has
Huh?
flesh and blood. I guess I was well.
What do they call them? Yeah, they don't call them androids. What do they call them?
I can't think of the name of it
Yeah, I
right
think they
now,
might
but
be androids. Yeah, could be.
probably Android. But
But they call them something. But it's bio something. I can't remember what they call them.
I was like, when he talked about
Android
he's gonna build,
androids are actually in human shape, human form.
right?
Uh, but there's another word they call them. The same thing that with uh, what's his name that um, in Star Wars that Vader
Droid.
became, huh?
Oh,
Cyborg,
cyborg. Okay, yeah.
cyborg, yeah, cyborg is cyborg. What's up, Shannon? Yeah, well, you're comparing him and his peers. They don't have a clue, man. They're trying to figure it out. All they know is what's on their smartphone. They haven't thought about this yet. Yeah, it's cyborg. A biosynth a biosynth is basically a synthetic biology. That's a different thing. A biosynth is not
Never heard of
is
that.
not
Biosim.
yeah, a biosynth a synthetic bioid is basically um an android with mechanisms to actually mimic a biological being, say like a butterfly or something like that. It's not a flesh and blood thing. It's actually there to actually mimic it. That's a synthetic biology. But a cyborg is a combination of technology and human parts. Yeah,
Well,
thank
you
you for
said,
choosing Skynet.
oh boy.
Yeah, he wants a chick from Ex Machina. And guess what happened to that dude?
Mm.
She got there. She became sentient. And she killed him to escape. All right, you guys hit the like button.
Yeah, but
Go ahead, Clark.
I wouldn't even listen to that chick that he started playing. I was like, okay, another airhead. What do you want? I'm getting
She
old, man. I don't even listen to. I'm like, okay, you
she
go.
she's she's
You're not.
she's 12, man. She's 12.
Yeah, I'm at the point. I'm like, okay, you're gonna be on that goofy shit. Okay, go away, go away. You don't. I don't need to be bothered with you.
Well, the thing is that in fact, this other chick was actually on Rogers, right? And you get these
Yeah.
chicks, they get a bachelor's degree.
Oh
And
yeah.
because they get a bachelor's degree, they think they understand the world. And basically, Uber was actually using like middle school logic on her, right? And
Hmm.
she misunderstood it. And I said, I'm like, where'd you go to school? Okay, he used middle school logic on you, and you failed. Well, you added a word, so that makes a difference. Duh. Okay.
Oh boy.
It said that's the failure of the school system. I said, you don't even know what you don't know. You don't know how to read stats or logic, or actually go back and do research or read numbers. They just and Dr. Johnson said a lot of people that graduate now, all they know how to do is repeat the
Talking
teacher's
points.
talking points so they can get a degree.
Yeah, I just did a. I haven't uploaded it. I just did a video. That video I sent you on that chick talking to Josh Hawley,
Uh-huh.
and it was basically she was basically just He asked her a simple question. He didn't call out trans people at all. He was just like, okay, so you're saying there's more than one person to get pregnant. And she just went on like you said, talking points, went on a tirade about, okay, you're displaying your transphobia.
Yeah, yeah, they get defensive because
I'm like,
because
what are
they
you doing? You're
because
a
they,
law professor. What are you doing? This is unprofessional.
she was, and the thing is, she never basically, and she's going to have her reputation ruined because she can't think. Okay, she can't. This is it's
And I'm
basic
not about how he
philosophy,
does stuff I
and
don't agree
we're
with,
gonna let
but
Nicole in a minute. Nicole, you can come in when you get ready, babe. I know you probably at
oh, I'm
work.
sorry, I didn't know
Yeah,
Nicole.
I'm
Hey,
here.
Nicole.
Can y'all hear me all right?
We
Yeah, you
got you.
good?
We got you.
Oh, what's going on? How's everything going with y'all?
How's the baby?
She's good. She's sitting here drinking her prune juice. Lady.
Not the prune juice.
Yeah, she has
Not
the
the
prune
prune
juice.
juice.
Yeah. How's she
How are
doing,
you,
man?
sweetie? I was just thinking about you. So how's everything?
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Everything's good. Thank you for the email. I was watching that video the other day, but yeah, this conversation is this. I don't know. I'm just gonna assume that he's just young. He don't
He's
really
young.
know.
Yeah, he's a computer scientist at I think it's Howard, getting ready to graduate.
Yeah, I remember. I remember you talked to him. He's real young. He couldn't. He
Yeah,
didn't know what a hoe was. And he couldn't recognize a hoish. Excuse me, whorish woman.
Horace woman. Yeah,
A whorish
Mhm,
woman. He couldn't.
yeah.
A good woman versus a good woman. So
Oh, there she is. And
mhm,
she don't want that
yeah,
prune juice. And so give me some
right.
real stuff. Give me some
mhm,
high C or some fruit
Oh
punch or
Lord,
something.
no Kool Aid. We're not doing all
Kool
that.
Aid.
mhm.
But he couldn't see. He couldn't recognize the difference between that and a woman that he should, he should waste his time or spend his time on. Like I'm like,
Yeah,
okay, well,
yeah. That's him.
you know, yeah,
Yeah.
we're trying to. I guess I ain't trying to get all protective or nothing, but
Yeah.
people trying to in the midst of everything going on right now, as far as economically, politically, and all that,
Uh huh.
people trying to elevate their minds. They don't have time to sit here, like what he's talking about with the artificial womb. I guess he just doesn't understand,
No.
what that mean. It's a technology that will be available to will have to be available at some point to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You're seeing, like you said, the state is making a lot of changes.
Mm-hmm.
If they want children, they want
Mm-hmm.
consumers,
Mm-hmm.
and that's not just here, that's everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
To keep everything going. So people say, "Oh, it's about depopulation." No, they need people. You
Yeah.
need people
They
to
need
do
different
what
people.
you do.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes, they want
And
um they want people that they want people that they control, but they still want people.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's just
And
how I see it. I could be wrong.
no, no, you probably more right than we are. You probably know there's probably stuff that you wouldn't know that you can't even tell. So I'm
Yeah,
sure
there's stuff that
there's
a lot of stuff I can't say because I don't haven't really fleshed it out yet.
yeah.
And
Mhm.
but it's kind of like, oh, that's different. That's weird. But so
I'm saying, you see this stuff every day. Probably some of this stuff in real time.
right.
So,
Yeah.
and
So
go ahead.
yeah. I mean, I'm just saying the artificial womb thing is it is for what they said it was for that laboratory. That
Hmm.
is what it's for. It's not like, oh, they're doing this and other people gonna pick up on it for their labs. No, that's what they use. That's what it's for. That's why they gave it that name.
Hmm.
You name something.
She don't. I told you about
You
that prune
name
juice, didn't
something. what
Mhm.
you name something what it's gonna be used for. You don't name something and try to be all slick with it.
I? Hmm.
Mhm.
It is
But
what it is.
that's what he thinks. Oh, we can produce babies. He can produce my Stepford wife. Okay,
Oh,
Yeah.
that has no
Enough of
intelligence,
that.
no will, and no soul, just enough to do
right.
what I say, fold my clothes, and have sex with me.
And then throw you off the balcony.
That's an appliance.
Right.
That's not a person. Okay.
Yeah, he sound like Matthew Broderick and all, that life movie and all like that.
Yeah.
That's not
Yeah.
realistic. If you're gonna do something that has a proof of concept, things have a proof of concept when they're realistic. You can see it, touch it, and everything, and
Mhm.
experience it. If I was to go to that lab, I'm pretty sure they have several of them set up in the room.
Yeah.
going simultaneously. That's something you can see and touch. That's proof of concept.
Mm-hmm.
If I wanted to, because obviously they got somebody's money to make what to put together what they had.
Yeah.
They had
If they
enough faith that they could get it done.
and those are the ones that are willing to show you what they have.
Right.
Uh, like that
Yeah.
Chinese guy, he got, he had to spend a couple of years in like no man's land because he actually opened his mouth and told.
Ooh.
Yeah, he opened his mouth, but I think yeah, that's a whole different thing. But he didn't have to. That's the thing. He
A
didn't really have
phrase
to
I,
say
a phrase I
what
often use on my program: opens their mouth, inserts their foot.
yeah, hello.
Yeah,
True.
that's called egotism, right? That's
It's exactly what that's
yeah,
called.
so he wanted to brag, and they said this is not, this is not for public consumption. But
Uh-huh.
what's for people like that, what's worth more than money is basically acknowledgement that I came
Yeah,
up
Mhm.
with something. You can send me to jail, but I want my name on this.
that is very true.
And the bad part is they willingly want their name on it.
Oh yeah, well they don't
They,
because Nicole can tell you, scientists
Mhm.
at that level look at things differently than we do.
Yeah,
Yeah, they do.
yeah,
They look at
Yeah.
things like, these are like PIs. He's a PI, principal investigator. So he's the head of whatever lab he was in.
Hmm.
right.
And they look at it like
Mhm.
not, oh, I'm just doing this project for fun. They're like, okay, how can I, if I needed to, how can I transition this to something else?
Hmm.
Hmm.
And looking back, like if I look back 20 years from now, look back on this project, does it have the impact that I think it should have?
Hmm.
At my level, you want to have an impact on patients. Dr. Dunbar as well. You want to have an impact on patients, impact on society, public health, things like that. But at their level, they want to have an impact on their legacy, you know, and not really worried about patients and society as much. You're thinking about your legacy, your name engraved on a wall somewhere, a
I'm not
slab of
gonna.
marble and your name's engraved in it. That's what they think. I mean, that's just, being honest, that's just how
Yeah,
they think a lot of times.
Mm.
Nicole,
Sad.
what is your little one's name, if I may ask?
Her name's Janaya.
Janaya.
Yes.
Janaya. Yeah.
Mhm.
I hear Janaya, and I'm reminded of my beautiful little daughter Donna, who I lost when she was 2. But
Oh,
Oh
I'm
wow, I'm
sorry.
sorry.
yeah, I lost her to once to adoption and once to death because she
Wow.
died in.
Oh goodness.
Hey, this proud papa been through it, okay? But since I met
Mhm.
Jody, I've been I've been blessed with children. I've been blessed with grandchildren. So I got no reason to complain. Do I miss my daughter? Indeed, I
Mhm.
do every day.
Mhm.
But I
That's
see.
wonderful. I'm glad you have the blessings that you have in your life. And
Hey, listen.
my
When I met,
condolences.
I'll share this story. When I met my grandchildren for the first time, like 3 years ago, um, and Jody was a foster parent for the longest time, and she told me, she says, take a hands off approach and let them come to you. And I'm like, okay, I can do that. And we were in Indianapolis, so I took a nap on the couch. I wake up, the oldest one's to my left, the middle one is like on top of my head, and the youngest one's on my right. And they just give me this look of, okay, you're grandpapa now. It's like, oh,
Yeah. Yeah, that's that all movement.
Yeah.
I
That's part of it.
Yeah.
hey, listen. After the last before I met Jody, after all the time before Jody, to have
Hmm.
a moment like that, yeah, I was crying.
Yeah.
I
Well,
was
yeah.
crying.
You do it. You
Yeah,
do it
I see what
initially,
I'm
but
saying, Doc.
when you got four, four of them,
Hmm.
all knuckleheads,
Oh, had they just ran up on you when you were trying to sleep and
They
slap you in the
they
face.
just
hit your head, slap you in the
they
face,
just snuggled in with
bring
they
up
just
your
snuggled in
nose
with me, and they accepted me there. I now have been recently blessed with 2 grandsons
Hmm.
Oh
and
wow, congratulations.
another little granddaughter. So hey, I'm just proud. That's all. I'm
Mhm.
just proud. I won't keep you guys long. I just wanted to come on,
All right, go
be
ahead.
part of the
You got a wrench, so
conversation.
yeah. Go ahead and announce your show, and and what's going on? Are you gonna have one later
Yeah,
tonight, or you?
I'm gonna do one tonight. I
Okay,
will say about 9:30. I want to make sure that my wife gets situated because she's working late tonight. But I want to be
uh,
sure that happens. Want to be sure I get things done around the house because I'm getting my strength back. And for those of you that don't know me, I know AL's heard me, AB Media's heard me. This is old Snowman, and I kick cancer square in the ass.
okay. Jeannie Buss is saying that the Lakers aren't finished trying to get into acquire free
Okay,
agencies. So
then I will respond with Jeannie Buss says the Lakers aren't finished. Old Snowman says the Lakers are finished.
okay, sounds about right. Sounds about right. But yeah, but
Come on, BGS. You know how I think.
yeah, I know.
You
Well, you
hung out
probably
with me for
Oh
a few
man.
years. You've been hanging with
we'll,
me for a few years now. You were
we'll,
one of the OGs in the game. You know how I think.
we'll get into it then. But the thing is about
Yeah.
Jeannie, the cupboard is bare, Jeannie. Okay, you don't have no
The,
more bullets in the
listen, the cupboard's
in the
been bare
chamber.
since LeBron showed up. Do I need to say anymore?
Well, no, they still had when LeBron showed up, they still had a bunch of young guys, right? And
Had being the
what
operative word.
I said, what the thing is, when AD showed up, they emptied the cupboard.
They emptied the chamber.
Yeah,
They
so
emptied the chamber when AD showed up.
when they do, people are actually talking about that. It was that a good look because you have a lot of
Yeah.
talented players, former Lakers, sprinkled all over the
Mm-hmm.
league. So,
Mm-hmm.
but we'll talk
Absolutely.
about that. We'll
And
talk about that.
they're thriving, and the Lakers aren't.
Yeah, what does that tell you? You know,
Well,
It,
but
uh, who's the broker of the deals?
we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
If I'm still up, we'll talk about it. We'll talk
Yeah,
about it.
we'll do it. We'll do it tonight. I say
But
between 9 and 9:30, maybe earlier, but make sure y'all
okay,
subscribe to my channel.
is that Pacific or is that Eastern?
Eastern,
Eastern time. Okay,
Eastern.
and you got a rent. I think you have a rent. So post the link to your channel so
I
people can
will.
yeah,
go
he
over
has
there
a
and
rank.
I will
subscribe.
do that. I will do that while I'm sitting out on the porch with my dog here. So give me a few
Okay,
minutes. But
okay.
thank you guys so much. And BGS, I
Hmm.
heard every crack of that whip when you broke that down. And all I could think of is my dad to me when I said knuckleheaded things. Period.
Yeah.
That
and I
is
and
all
I
I could
love
think of.
and I love Hammer, man. I look at him as like a little
Right.
Padawan, man. But how I say when
But
you
see, you
get too
had
big
to
for your
break out the
britches.
way. I came in like right when you started, or I came in like, yeah, like right at the top of it. And one commenter said, BGS is about to break out the whip. I put my headphones on and brought out the notebook because I know what's coming.
Yeah,
We've been hanging out
yeah,
for years,
I think that
BGS.
icon BGS
I
too.
know what's coming.
yeah. And Nicole and yeah, you saw the green lightsaber. You know what was coming.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yep.
yeah, yeah. A Skywalker in the hallway with a lightsaber.
Yep.
See, I thought
That's
it was
when you
live.
have
I'm like,
to,
why is he talking so loud? I didn't understand. I'm like, is this live?
right. See, I saw
Mhm.
the lightsaber, and all I could think of is the music I play because I'm a Star Wars fan. The music I
Uh-huh.
play when the Umpires show up for baseball,
Okay.
and I'm the PA announcer, and that is the Imperial Death March.
The Death March. Yep.
Yeah, and the umpires asked me to play it because I alternated between that and the Peter Gunn theme from
Oh, okay.
Blues
Yeah,
Brothers.
okay. From Blues Brothers. Okay.
Yeah, I alternated between Imperial Death March and the Peter Gunn theme, and they all got together. And one of them came to me and said, "Whenever you see us, no matter what field we're on, play the Imperial Death March. That is cool. That is cool." All right, screw it. I'm
Hey.
going with it. The kids loved it. The parents loved it. I loved it. So it became for 7 years when I did summer baseball, it became like the national umpire theme, the Imperial Death March.
Well, you also add in, the in game portals when
Yes.
the guy says on your left.
Yes.
Yeah, add
Yes.
that in, and then
I
on your
added a
left, and add in the theme music behind it.
mm-hmm. I did that theme and I added a lot of sound bites to it
Okay.
from and most of the umpires I knew were big time Star Wars fans. So I went with it. I
Okay.
absolutely went and one day we had a Star Wars theme type of Sunday. And I'm thinking, okay, what are these guys gonna walk out with that they're gonna mess with me? You know, one of them walked out with a lightsaber. one of my favorite umpires. He and his son, big time Star Wars fans. I
Mhm.
see them coming. I cue up the Imperial Death March. They went back in their locker room and pulled out the lightsaber. And I'm going, oh no, I'm gonna have fun for these next couple of hours.
Mhm.
Yep, they pulled out the lightsaber, and I think we even had a Star Wars video game that day.
Okay.
We had the stand up, and I'm talking about the old school version, the '83 version.
The Starfighter game.
Yes, yes, we had that for our Star Wars Sunday. But hearing that, hearing Janaya in the background
Mhm.
just makes me think of my children and my grandchildren. And I smile. And Nicole, I wish you and that little one nothing but the best
Well,
because that's what y'all deserve.
she
Nothing
got
but the best.
Jania's got two brilliant parents, so she's gonna
Well,
be
there we
something.
go.
She's gonna be something.
There we go.
Now, now
There we go. That's all we need.
she's gonna be hell on wheels for some guy, but yeah, she's gonna be something.
And
Mhm.
you wrong for saying told
She
you
go,
about that prune juice.
I know about the prune juice. She's not gonna be happy. It's gonna be healthy for her, but she's this ain't the spot, mommy. It's
Listen,
not.
my
Yeah, she's
grandson's
gonna
the
be
same
like,
way. My first my
I don't
my
blame her.
Jaden's the same way because because of my treatment I've had to use different I had to use different juices, especially now with part of my stomach gone.
Mm,
But when
oh, you
Jaden
had
sees,
gastric cancer.
well, the
Okay.
cancer was in my pancreas.
Oh wow.
I had pancreatic stage 3
that's
pancreatic cancer,
that's
Oh
pretty
my
bad.
God. You
That's
and
pretty
I
bad.
survived
was
that?
I t-
Oh my God. Well, I'm
here's the
saying not
story. I was
but
told by the folks at Duke University Cancer Center when my wife and I lived in North Carolina that the tumor was inoperable. Wife and I had
we all.
I had chemo brain because I was taking chemo. Wife
Mm-hmm.
said, "Fuck that shit. We're going up to Indiana and get a second opinion." And had she
Right.
not done that, I wouldn't be here.
Mm,
Mm.
Seriously,
Yeah,
Yeah,
pancreatic
chemo
cancer
is no
is
joke.
deadly.
Yeah,
I had an
they.
because
I
uncle.
just did a
I had a,
go
Oh,
ahead,
sorry.
Nicole.
now
I
go,
just
go.
did a collaboration with somebody, and well, we're still working on the project now, but it's just kind of coming to a
Hmm.
dead end. But anyway,
Well,
we were doing pancreatic cancer and
yeah,
studying pancreatic cancer, and Alex Trebek just passed from it, but
yep,
we had a lot of the people they get chemo, they get it's a gemcitabine chemo,
yeah. A year
or they
ago
get 5-FU.
yesterday,
That is
a,
horrible on your body. Just
a year ago
okay.
yesterday, I got diagnosed, officially diagnosed with it, and like I said, they gave me oral chemo, and I took it for 3 months, and I had chemo brain, and I was out of it to say the least. I couldn't
Mm-hmm.
drive or anything. If I drove, it was short distances. But now
Right.
I'm getting my leg strength back, and I told Jody I can't wait to drive you around because you've driven me around for the past year and a half. And she starts laughing. She says, "Well, you got to get stronger first." Oh, I plan to. And I plan to
Mm-hmm.
do this fundraising thing where I can walk her into a dealership. And my next two words to my wife will be pick one. And she looked at me and said, "What?" I said, "I'm dead serious. I'm going to do enough play by play and enough with my show where I can walk you into a dealership and say, pick one."
Mm,
That's
Pick
it.
one. So you
And just
say,
say, I just want her to pick. I just want her to pick one because pancreatic cancer was about to kick me in the ass and put me in the grave until my wife said, "I know you don't want to leave North Carolina, but we got to go back to Indiana and get some help." So we came back up here to Indiana, and that's when I met my oncologist from Franciscan Healthcare, Dr. Raghunath. And Dr. Raghunath looked me in the eye and said, "Let me make a phone call." And looked my wife in the eye and said the same thing, said, let me make a phone call. And made the phone call to Dr. Attila Nakib at IU Medical Center in Indianapolis. And Dr. Nakib looked me in the eye and said, "I'll take care of you." In other words, we're gonna get this motherfucker.
Yeah, even though it's a stage 3, that's yeah,
It,
pancreatic cancer is hard to operate on, and it's like you have to try to get it stable before you can do anything. I'm glad
yeah,
you got a second opinion. I always tell people get a second, third opinions before anybody, admits you in any hospital and does any cutting
hmm
or biopsies or anything on you. You need to get opinions before they lay hands on you. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Yeah,
So,
I have.
because
Well,
they
when
might
Doctor
lay hands on
Nakib,
you and you not leave the hospital. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So I'm glad they
well,
did
when
that.
Doctor Nakib said,
Took real life.
we'll get this some bitch," I said, let's get him, let's get him. And April 4th of this year, when the wife and I drove up a day early, and my body didn't want to do nothing. I didn't want to eat or do anything. My wife said, "Look, you're gonna eat something." And emotionally, I was spent. I was drained. And April 4th, I remember getting ready, getting prepared, and I got the anesthesia.
Oh yeah, that stuff knocks you out.
And the next thing I knew, it was 6:15 in the evening. I opened my eyes. I saw my wife. I saw my daughter. I saw my in-laws. And my brain said, "We're good. We're here. We're going back to sleep."
Mm-hmm.
But
That anesthesia is no joke.
that anesthesia whipped my ass. Like BGS whipped this video with all the cracks of the whip. Well, you got to have fun with it, but the
mm-hmm.
anesthesia whipped my ass.
They
All
had you
right.
I,
count backwards
I
from
know how you feel
100.
about. I know what you mean by that. Yeah, I thought I could walk. I
That
had that
was
epidural
no
and I got
joke.
up. I was like, but I think I can do it. And they were like, no, you don't need to try. I said, you know what, forget all that. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. They're like, for what? Like,
hmm
because I can. And I got up, fell right off the floor. I was like, "Dang, whoo, this
I
I
had to
legs. Look
learn.
at you my legs. I was so mad.
Listen, I had to learn a lot of things again. And recently I've had
Yeah.
wounds on my feet because
Oh yeah.
I didn't feel the hot deck at my in-laws' house,
Mm.
but my wounds
Oh
are
wow.
healing.
Okay.
Yeah, my wounds are healing. I'm getting
Mm-hmm.
feeling back in my feet.
Mm.
Um
What
lot of
did you
stuff.
have that was in Indiana? I wanted to ask you what treatment you had because I someone in the chat was saying like you're the first person I've heard who beat pancreatic cancer. Same here. Like we have people now where I work who have pancreatic cancer like stage 1, they out of here because without treatment. They try to give them like without chemo, I mean. They try to give
Mhm.
them things palliative care, pain relief. They're trying to mix y'all not gonna believe it, but I just looked at a paper. They're trying to mix aspirin, Tamiflu, and gemcitabine. No joke. I'm not. If I'm lying, I'm flying.
I believe it.
Damn.
I
I
believe it.
can
Okay.
forward it to
I believe it.
BGS for yourself. But they have
Okay.
this huge study
I
on
got
it.
some
They have
part
like 8 figures. It actually worked. It worked
Is it
for the
well,
as long
for
as it
pancreatic
works?
cancer. It worked. I don't
I
know
have some
how, but it
parts
worked.
missing
You
that
know
were
it was
invaded with the cancer. I got some parts missing
uh,
because my spleen's gone, part of my stomach is gone, some of my intestines are gone, and I'm not gone. I'm
okay.
still here, alive.
That's
I'm
what's up.
getting better.
Yeah,
I am well, and I'm kicking
yeah.
because
I
Well,
got
I
uncle that.
kicked pancreatic cancer right in the ass.
Man. Love you, bro.
I love you, A.L. Evans. Love you guys here on the panel, and thank you for the support. Part of the reason I'm doing the fundraiser, I want to take my family back to North Carolina because there's an opportunity at UNCG waiting for me to call their games. There's a high school there, a couple high schools interested in what I'm doing. Am I going to be able to do the high school games this year? Probably not, because I want to get completely strong. And thank you, BL. Thank you, BL, so much. Now, I'm about to cry, so forgive me, but the support has been unbelievable, especially when I do the fundraisers. And AB Media coached me up one day when I got so frustrated. Dr. Charles Faulkner coached me up and said, you know, you keep doing them because one day you're going to do a fundraiser and it's just going to, the floodgates are going to open. And I think tonight's going to be the night where one of them, the floodgates will open.
Yeah.
Because when you're told that you're disabled and you're classified as disabled, but you can't receive any benefits for it because you haven't paid enough into it, that pissed me off. And instead of wallowing in that hatred of that sentence that my wife delivered to me, I looked her in the eye and said, I'm going to do something about it.
All right.
Yeah. That's all you can do.
All right.
That's it.
All right. We're gonna move forward and
Okay.
and
I'll
and
step out. I'll
it's,
step out
it's,
of the way and I'll
and
put
Snowman,
the
just put all your links into the chat, and you guys
done.
follow him and
Thank you.
and join him tonight.
Thank you so much. I'll step out of the way. Thank you, BGS. Thank you, panel. I didn't want to take too
No, it's
long.
okay. We wanted to make sure you
No,
got
you're
in.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Thank
good.
you guys so much.
And Nicole's the right. You asked you, Nicole, and you being on the same time. She's the right person to talk to. So,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all so much.
one of the smartest people I know. So
Yeah, since Nicole is on here, can I ask her a question?
Yeah.
she's right there. Ask her.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let me get
what
out.
is your take
Let me
on
get
this?
out of the way.
Thank you.
All
Let
right.
me get out of the way. Thank you guys so much. I love you
All right.
guys. Thank
All
you.
right. Love you,
Very
Snowman.
inspiring.
Thank
Yeah.
What is your take on this monkey virus that they keep saying is going around? I don't mean to
Yeah,
answer that.
Dr. Dunbar was texting me about that. Was it yesterday? I can't remember if it was yesterday. But yeah, I don't know. Like it's I haven't even been looking at it because I'm honestly just so busy
Mhm.
doing a lot of stuff, and COVID is you know, C-19 is back and all this and everything. So we have
Like
to
like
adjust our
it like
we have to go back to
like it,
shift work.
like somebody told me like 2 years ago, this might not go away because this is a very smart virus.
Right.
I
Yeah,
don't know
it's
who
pretty
that
much
person was, but
I don't
she was
know,
right.
you know, I
But
don't know who
she was right though.
I don't know.
Oh boy.
I don't know, but that was just my hypothesis at the time. But
Mm-hmm.
hypothesis is true. But I mean, I don't know this monkeypox thing. I need to look more into it because I should know more about it. Because we have some cases and stuff, and or potential cases. But I don't know. Like it's it seems like it could be something that's bad, but more with the symptoms and people really not knowing what to do as far as how to treat it and stuff. But what have you all been seeing where you are? Because I hear it's the people that are standing in line for ER still is for C-19. So that's what I see day to
Yeah.
day.
I'm seeing a lot of
Yeah.
I'm
C19.
talking 7 in the morning when I get to work.
And from what I've seen in pictures, you can't miss it if you see it.
Right.
And
Yeah.
they
Yeah, you
said
can't miss it to see it. Right.
they say it's preeminent amongst gay men.
That's what they're saying, and that's something that you know, I hear in West Hollywood, like they were saying, no, it's not. That's not. There's no association. I said, wait a minute. When y'all said when
Well,
y'all said about C-19, there was no association with that and
Mm-hmm.
being old and being being Trump, old, fat, ornery, high blood pressure, eating burgers and
Mm-hmm.
all that. You say, oh, there's no association. So I really can't trust what they say with that. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not trying to be conspiracy and nothing like that, but hello, I mean, clearly, number one risk factor is age, and then number two is BMI for that. So when they're saying, well, you need to stop saying. First of all, when they kept putting pictures of African children, whenever I saw thumbnails about it, I
Uh-huh.
was like, this doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, why do they keep putting? If it's happening in Africa, then take care of that in Africa, like y'all tried to do with Ebola.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's just kind of common sense. And then for them now to say the numbers are the numbers. For them
Right.
now to say, well, it's not. It has nothing to do with us, alphabet men. It's not us. And y'all said the same thing with HIV and AIDS. If
yeah.
if I'm not mistaken, um, with the HIV, y'all said the same thing then.
Mm-hmm.
And we knew how that turned out, and it's still turning out that way.
Mm-hmm.
At least in West Hollywood, The
Mm-hmm.
statistics show that. You can't deny that in this one little area of LA where that's the case. So if that is the case, then they need to make that clear on the news. I know one group, the Alphabet Boys might feel some kind of way about that. Maybe y'all need to work on your hygiene or whatever it is that's the cause of this. Maybe y'all, whatever it is that's a risk factor, they need to mitigate that. However, that needs to be done. Because they don't want to be. Now, it's funny how they want to be recognized for other things. They want to be all up in the news.
Mm-hmm.
They want to be all up in the news and all, I'm proud. They just had the pride thing, not too
Mm-hmm.
long ago, right? They all walking down the street with they thongs on and they pussy out. But now they talking about monkeypox. Well, don't say nothing about that. I don't like that. If you want to be out in front, marching up down the street with your thong on and your the stilettos,
Mm-hmm.
then do monkeypox. That's what I'm. That's all I'm saying. If your group is associated with it,
Mm-hmm.
that's all I'm saying. Put on your red bottoms for that too, and that's just to make it clear and fair across the board. But yeah, I've only read 2 studies, which is very limited. 2 studies about diseases that are like monkeypox, to get a background on what's happening. But I think they'll be able to develop something pretty quickly to mitigate the symptoms at least. Her nickname is Bobby.
She's trying to correct you. You must have said something wrong about monkeypox.
Like,
She's
no,
trying to
you
correct
don't know nothing about no monkeypox. You don't know.
you. Just like you're wrong. Just like you're wrong about their prune juice.
She waving her hand like, no, that ain't it. That ain't it. Like, don't do that. She got a little finger in the air. That ain't it.
Jordan asks, is the monkeypox only transmitted via intercourse or simply by touch?
That I think is intercourse from what I've read, and that is intercourse, not by touch. But I don't know, because there could be different strains or mutations of it as well.
All right. I was just wondering because I kept hearing about it, but let me ask Nicole. Let me ask the expert.
When I'm hearing, the numbers are pretty low. Okay. No, COVID is still the main thing.
COVID's still king.
If Dr. Johnson, he just got over it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he just got over
I've
it.
been noticing a lot of people been getting COVID over it.
He was sick about 3 weeks with that stuff. So, and when he was sick, I said, man,
I didn't even know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I said, because he was sick, and I said, them symptoms sound like Omicron, right? Because my daughter had it. I said, he happened to have a test, one test left, right? I said, man, take the test and see if you got it, just in case. I said, and then call the, the nurse practitioner on the phone and get some advice. And so he took the test, and sure enough, it turned up positive. I said, now call the doctor. So I said, because he's in his mid-40s. It's nothing to play with. My daughter had it, and she's in her early 30s, and he had some of the similar symptoms. I said, okay, and I had to get on her, but she's young enough, so we had to do all the other kind of stuff and make sure you had the bowel movement and got fluids in her, and she recovered. She was fine. What I'm saying is, you're in your mid-40s, is nothing to play with. People got to realize, just because they say it's gone doesn't mean it's gone. Because I think in LA, Nicole, they're getting ready and go back to the mask mandate because the numbers are going back up.
Yep.
So
when we just had a meeting today, and my boss might have to go back to shifts because numbers are going up, and we need to be more vigilant. I've had in the past month, 1, 2, 3 people in my lab that have had COVID. And one of them isn't even in the lab. He's actually home with his wife and 2 kids. Just had a baby 6 months ago. He got COVID. His wife got COVID, and his 6-year-old got COVID. And the only one I think the baby has it too, because he was like coughing and stuff. Had a bad fever, but I think that it's bad. Like, it's getting bad. And we've all been vaccinated, boosted, and all that. So I don't think that did anything for the long term. It worked short term. But for long term, and not effective.
Yeah, Rodney told me that he said this thing is mutated. The antibodies ain't gonna do you no good now.
Yeah, because you got the strains are pretty clever about working around antibodies. That's the only problem with this kind of stuff. You know, Nicole said it. Nicole came up with the hypothesis. Said this is very clever, and it's built to avoid the immune system. So every time you get a new strain, you know, you're gonna have to, you know, hopefully you don't have to go through it as badly. It's only blessed about Omicron. Omicron is probably not as bad as say like Delta or even the original one. Okay.
Yeah.
But still, it's nothing to play with. Nothing to play with. Nicole was 100% on the money.
Yeah,
So I
Hey Nicole, you say nothing. Hey baby, it's your Uncle Leo. Hey. How you doing, girl? I'm good. They doing real good. I just want to come up here and holler at you for a second. That's all I wanted to do. That's all.
What about your saucy Latina? How is she doing?
Hey, BJ, I said, look here. I said,
sound just like a black woman. Sound just like a black woman.
Look here. I sent BJ a picture of her. He know what she look like. She crazy.
I'm just playing with you. I'm so happy.
She fine. Look at she fine as hell, but crazy as fuck. Trust me, I know.
Yep. You couldn't have no sane Latina, man. You're a black man.
Yeah, that's true. Now you know that. I knew that. Hey, look here. I just wanted to come up here and see if my sister could let me borrow $5. You know, she ain't got that grant yet. You know what I mean? That $1 billion grant.
You know, I could slide a few dollars in there.
Yeah, let me pay you 25 cents a month. I get you back.
Yeah, but I heard they working.
On top of that, I done extended my grants because.
Oh, really?
That's what's up. That's awesome, girl. I'm so proud of you, man.
But they're working the hell out of you for this little bit of change, though, aren't they?
No, but that's so it's supposed to be when it was supposed to be 2 years. So like 50% more money.
Oh, okay.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an extension, and then the other one was supposed to be 3 years, so I get 30% more money instead of 4.
I know your job loves you.
Yeah, I mean our project, what we had to do was a lot of, it's not nigga explaining, but we
yeah. You know, what was it? You don't have to explain the whole thing. We're just saying
No, I'm just saying we didn't have to explain it. We just had to submit what we had. But the thing was, before we submitted the grant, we already had like 50% done.
Oh, okay.
That's what's up. Okay, that's what's up.
So what we did was we showed, because that's the game of grants, And so what we said was, "Dang, man, we ain't done yet. We got so much more to do and everything." And COVID, man, COVID. We put COVID like 10 times in the letter. Man, we just kept saying it. And I mean, it wasn't a lot because we had to show all the documentation that employees haven't getting sick and staying home and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And so, but it was just like, we kept saying that, and then we said they said, well, give us the data you have, because you should be like, they said you should be like 30% done. So that's what we gave you, 30% of the project. Even though at that point we had about 70% done, but we gave him 30%. That's what they asked.
Nicole, I'd have been like Nicole COVID Ali. I reside in COVID, California, COVID.
That's just what we had to do, and that's what, like, to anybody. I know you had a stream once with Rice, and what's going on, Rice? I know she out there somewhere with that beautiful boy, but her little baby boy, but and her husband. But yeah, writing grants, like, definitely you have the work. You have any grant, you have to have the work mostly done, or like halfway done at least, before you can submit. Chances are you're not gonna get it. So when you get it, it's like, oh, okay. First progress report, you submit what you already had. That 50%, and then when it comes to the final report, you've done that and then some. So they see that you've done what they think is you've done way more than what they gave you money for. So next time when you submit a grant to that same agency, DOD, NIH, or NCI, or whatever, they will definitely give you even more money.
Is it more of a time? Is it more of a productivity thing or a time frame thing? Like y'all able to get it done within, or is it both?
It's both because they
Okay.
want to see how much you have a timeline and a budget.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to
Yeah.
submit a timeline and you have to submit a budget.
Mm-hmm.
And you do grant reviews and stuff. They'll say, well, I don't think that this grant needs $3 million. Let's cut it down by 30%. You know, and if that's their decision, then that's their decision. You don't get that other million for whatever you're doing.
I just want to know when you gonna make the pill so I can start flying. That's all I want to know. That movie Power. That's all I want to do.
Well,
I don't have. I don't have. I mean, what I would like to get my hands on is like a tissue generation system, something with tissue generation. where I can
that's worth $1 trillion and organs and people with hip replacements and knees and stuff like that. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Look here. We don't need BGS living for forever. We just don't need.
I would care.
Look here, look here, old man. You got to leave this earth sometime because I'm telling you, we can't take no more of this shit you dropping.
Oh.
It's good because Brian was just saying earlier, his pancreas. Now let's say if his pancreas is only about 40% cancerous, and pancreatic cancer is very difficult.
Yeah, it is.
It's difficult to treat. It's hard. You can't do surgery on it. It's just really hard to work with. You have to completely rely on drugs and the person's will to survive, really. And that they have the right pain management system that they're using to mitigate the pain. But you heard what he said. He lost other organs, pieces of other organs and stuff. So if he only had like 40% that was cancerous, the other 60% of his pancreas, it was still healthy.
Mm-hmm.
I could have taken a biopsy of that and regenerated the rest of the pancreas, and then do a transplant. It would be his tissue. That's precision medicine.
That's
it. That is his
speaking of
tissue.
transplants,
That's what I would like to do. But that's far fetched.
But that's part of that process what BGS was talking about, that human 2.0, right? Which is, do you really want to die? I mean, that's ultimately going to be a question that, like I said before, I mean, not me. I ain't trying to stay down here with these Looney Tunes. If it's time to go, it's time to go. But it's going to be interesting to see, like we said before, even with my daughter, she's like, yeah, I tried out my body parts for one of them battle Aliyah bodies. I'm like, why? She's like, it looks cool. And I'm like, she's like, I can jump higher. I can always stay skinny. I can eat what I want. I said, I can see that. You know what I mean? But it's just, but for their age group, and I never thought I'd see it be just, and like you had said before, which is, it ain't foreign to them. That's not a foreign concept to them. They don't care. They don't have a problem with that phone was put on their arm or they don't care. They look at it as, all right, cool. I get to keep my phone on me at all times. Cool. It's more convenient. Cool. So, it's interesting to see how the future's going, and we know somebody influential and famous in that direction. So
yeah. Speaking of transplants,
I'm trying to stay, under wraps.
Under the radar. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to stay under the blanket.
Too late.
I'll make my money under the
blanket. You and Charles looking for the super soldier serum.
Yeah, I know he is. I wouldn't charge him.
Yeah, speaking of transplant, Nicole, I don't know if you know, but I'm looking for a kidney transplant.
Really?
Yep. Doing dialysis 3 times a week the last 4 years.
My dad. Have you asked them at the repository, like when they they have connections with transplant people too? Where you are?
I'm actually going through the same same company Snowman's going through IU since I live in Indianapolis.
Okay.
There's only two.
You did say
there's only two places you can get kidney transplants in Indianapolis: IU and St. Vincent's.
Oh, okay.
And I don't trust St. Vincent's.
You ain't got no family members or anything like that?
Yeah, because that's the first thing they'll do.
Yeah, getting on them lists is hard, man, because you keep getting bumped. The problem is can you get a healthy one now? Because of COVID, and then the second part is.
Guy about that. He said don't accept the first kidney they give you, and ask about his person's history.
Yeah. Yep.
And so then you got plenty of people dying who are about to die who will jump the line ahead of you. So it's one of those things where it's like you don't want to be in that position, but goddamn, you got to just stay in line. You know what I mean? So
yeah, you don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me because I had a niece die from this.
Yeah, if we had $1 million, we'd send you to China. They'll find you.
They'll find you a match for less than that. Shit.
But yeah, 15 1/4 needles every 3 days, but I'll take that over the catheter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
no doubt about it.
The catheter is connected to your heart, and when it gets infected, it's nothing pretty.
Yeah, it's nothing pretty at all. Yes, and it can easily get infected. That's a problem. People get too comfortable with it, so they may not bathe extra, they may not clean it properly. Yeah.
I kept getting fevers after treatment. Then one day I went home. I kid you not, I forgot to take one of my pills. I went to go take my pill. I thought I had food poisoning. I was throwing up so bad. I was like, okay, something's wrong here. Went to the hospital. I was in there for over a week. They couldn't figure out what it was, and they said if they hadn't found that my catheter had been infected, that I may have died.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. When the body gets fragile, man, it doesn't take much.
No doubt about it. Yeah, hell, I even caught COVID, man. I finally caught it, BGS.
How'd you catch it? You're careful. How'd you catch it?
I've been careful taking. Me working out, taking my vitamins, wearing my mask, and all my shit. Got vaccinated twice, everything. But what ended up happening was I got too tired. It went past my exhaustion level, and as soon as I went past that, that's when it got.
Your immune system went too far down.
Yeah, but if I'm rested, I pretty much can fight off them almost anything. Like if I'm rested, my system's pretty. But I got. It did.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was. I was like, "What's wrong with me?" Like,
not the queen. The queen got it.
Yeah, I went to work because we could get free, tests whenever we want, and it was like, you just have to say whether you asymptomatic or symptomatic. I banged that button. I was like, symptomatic. It said, what symptoms do you have? I clicked all the boxes. I was like, I just went down the line. I got all of them.
I'm finna hop in the shower, Nicole, to go to work. My girlfriend looked at me and said, "Fool, you ain't going to work." And I said, "Look, man, I ain't got no fever." She said, "Yes, you do. Look at the shower head." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Man, I had that shower head cranked on lava. And I'm like, I'm still cold. I'm cold.
I had it turned all the way up. I don't like hot showers. I don't understand y'all people.
Me neither, but I had it turned up, girl.
I turned it all the way up to the top. It was turned all the way vertical. I was like, something is wrong with me. I was like, what the hell? No, I had it turned up and I was sweating in the shower. I said, why am I sweating in the shower? I was like, wait, am I dying? Like, what's going on here? I'm trying to take care of her. And I had to stop pumping because I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I might be giving her something. So if she was sick at the same time, my tests were I had false negative tests. That's another thing. I took the test that we had at home and from the government, and I was like, I don't know about this test. It looked flimsy, but I took it, and all before it was saying negative. Went to work negative, and then like 2 days later, it was positive. I was like, oh my god, like it was. That was
I had one of these recent strains, Nicole. It wasn't. I only had it for like a day and a half, 2 days. That's it. Then it went away.
I had like 3 weeks.
Yeah, I only had it for a couple of days. So
I was down. I was like,
well, y'all, you got that California strain. Y'all know y'all weird out there like that. You know what I mean? So
it was something. But I was like, Jason was like, "Are you gonna make it?" I said, "I don't know." Like I literally I was trying everything. Like it was just nothing was working. I had the only thing that worked for me was that expensive behind. They know what they're doing too. You know what you're doing. I'm gonna find you. Whoever make Mucinex, I'm gonna find you. It's a crime. It's a crime for you to be charging that much from Mucinex, but it works. It does work, but it's too damn high. I was like, that's the only thing that worked for me at all. Like I will swear by that now. Mucinex and the Mucinex cough drop.
Really?
Teas. I did teas and stuff, and the Mucinex cough drop is medicated.
Okay.
That helped a lot. I had inhalers all over the place. I had what else did I have? My mom gave me she sent me some clove clove powder
Mm-hmm.
and some kind of I don't even know what kind of root it was. It was literally a root. I don't know how she got it to the post office, but literally a root.
Yeah, Liberia agrees with you. He's had it twice, so he agrees with you.
Oh wow. Yeah, it was that I was like, I don't wish this on nobody. I don't wish it on anybody at all. Like I just breathing in was okay. Exhaling was the issue. It felt like my lungs was collapsing when I
Okay,
exhaled.
that is bad. Yeah,
I was
yeah,
like, oh, what is
yeah.
going on?
It's just like in I guess it's like being in sports where it's really humid and it's hot and you out of breath. You can't catch your breath.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's pretty bad. Yeah. But like I said, let me hop off. The missus just came in the house.
All
I just
right.
want to come up here and holler at Nicole and pick her a little bit and tell my tell my little niece that hey, you know. So.
yeah, she was yelling earlier.
is,
But
she,
no, but
is she saying no more damn prune juice?
I know that's right. But no, I
Oh,
really, but Nicole, I really am. I'm really am proud of you, girl. I'm super excited and talk about my daughter to you all the time. About there's nothing wrong with being a successful woman and then coming home being a submissive wife to your husband that you honor, that you admire, and you love and respect. You know what I mean? And he ain't trying to stop you from doing you because you're just smart and brilliant. So and congratulations on your grants, girl. Keep going because they're gonna keep giving you money.
Oh
You know,
yeah. They be
right.
they're gonna
foolish
keep
not
giving you
to.
money.
I'm
I,
proud that you are a good father to your kids, and you said, you know what, I'm doing this for me. You had to save yourself, and I wish more brothers would save themselves, would, you know, see what's going on and do what's best for them.
Yeah.
mhm.
Like, stop worrying about these heavens out here. These heavens ain't for you. Like they want you to go. They want you. A lot of you. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of these heavens want y'all up out of here. Okay.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Actually, I told my
Yeah.
brother that the other day. They want y'all up out of here.
Mhm.
For what? I don't know.
But
Nobody
at the
else.
same time,
But
just be careful. These non-black women, they could be crazy. They crazy them
uh,
motherfuckers.
and they ain't. Your mama black. I always got them that
I'm
because your
glad
mama
you said that, Nicole, because that line,
All right, y'all. Love you,
you know, my
girl. I
responses
appreciate it.
when
Love
I
you, girl.
hear
All
Proud
that.
of
right,
you.
love you too.
All
Be
right,
Bye.
good.
Mike.
All right.
Bye. You.
Bye.
You know what my response
I
is
hate
when I
that
hear that?
line. Your mama
Hear that
black.
line, my your mother
Let's-
black.
we-
You saying that to the wrong person. My mother told me about you, Stretch.
well,
Yeah,
that
I hate that.
You
that
said
stuff
that
has
to the
been passed
wrong
down for
person.
generations, man. I've been hearing that. Um, my grandmother, told me tell me that back when I was like 6 or 7. Your mama black, so they're just repeating what they've heard over generations.
Yeah.
Someone you
Right.
can
And
always
Jason, his other kids, they are from a Mexican woman. And that's why I keep thinking in my head, yo, like you.
was he born here or was he born down there?
He was born here. He's the only one in his family that was born here.
Okay.
Oh,
He has
Because
12
because
other brothers and
where it
sisters.
is. It's right next to, it's right next to it.
Mexico.
So yeah, so they speak Spanish
Right, right
fluently.
next
Yeah.
to Mexico. That's what I
Yeah.
told mom. She was like, well, his mama black. I said, yeah, but you do realize that Belize is right next to Mexico.
Right.
Geography class. Come
Yeah.
on. And a
Yeah.
lot of Mexican people, it's a mixed population down there.
Yep.
In Belize and stuff. People like they're all mixed up and stuff.
Yep.
So different cultures and ethnicities and stuff. So I was like, what are you talking about?
Yep.
Like they used to a lot of time.
Yeah, they don't know, man, because all they know is United States. I had to do a play-by-play on this two chicks in Ghana complaining about Ghanaian men, how they don't act like black men in America.
Oh my God! I can't wait for
So
that one.
that's my next. That was going to be my video on my other channel, but since Hammer had to get dealt with, said, okay, you want the belt? Okay, come here. You know,
Wow.
take off your pants, okay? You're getting ready to get the belt. Like Nicole
He
had
running around
had
the
that.
house. No, daddy.
Yeah, you don't believe that fat meat squeeze you like Nicole with that the epidural trying to get up off the bed.
Y'all
Oh,
couldn't tell me.
fat meat. Oh, that's what that's for.
Right. I But the nurse, I was like, you can't tell me what I'm gonna do. My mom was like, don't try to get up. Jason was like, well, I mean, you kind of up high in the air. You might let's lower the bed a little bit. I was like, I don't need y'all lower that bed. I'm good. And then I was like, I mean, I literally like got up and then went boom, flat. I had one IV in both arms. Like I was so messed up. I was like, oh, I said, now who gonna fix this shit? Who gonna fix
it? And how hard did Jason laugh?
He was like, oh my God. He didn't laugh.
He was worried. Okay, I'd have laughed. I'm sorry.
He was like, oh my God. He's like, there's blood everywhere. Oh no. And then he didn't want to come over there because of the blood and all this. And then he was like, I gotta leave the room.
Man, I'd have been helping him. I'd have been helping him
he
clean.
laughed later. He came back and laughed. He's like, are you okay? Like, yeah. You sure? I was like, yeah, I'm all right. Are you sure? Are you sure you're okay? I want to make sure you're okay, that you comfortable. I said, yeah, I'm good. Nigga, damn. I'm good. And he was like, all right, man. And he laughed his ass off. Like, he waited till I was good. Are you sure?
He didn't want to be an asshole. He wanted to make sure you're okay.
Right.
Start laughing. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, yeah. I felt so embarrassed. I was like all messed up. I'm like, man.
I'd have been picking you up, cleaning up blood, and laughing the whole time.
My mom was laughing. She was like, why you do that? That's just silly. I was like, and then he came back. All these jokes coming from, all right, R. Kelly, I believe I can fly. I'm walking up air, believe it or not. I'm walking up air. He played the song.
Oh, good. What is from the greatest, the greatest hero?
Yeah.
Believe it or not.
He said, believe it or not, you couldn't do
it. You're probably still hearing about it.
Oh yeah. He was like, man, hope you don't get anesthesia if you have to do anything. I was like, why you say that? You know what happened last time,
Kyron, you can jump in anytime, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
How y'all doing? Y'all hear me clearly?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh yeah. I wanted to first, I guess the brother Hammer, like I made the comment earlier. It's like he hasn't. I ain't gonna say he hasn't lived enough life here. Kind of the man personally, but if you say
he
20 and he's talking that way, it's like you really find your middle as a man when you have a perfectly constructed plan and it fails miserably. And you got to build your next way out with the pieces, and he hasn't done that enough to really give these points of view, just even outside of the artificial womb construct, right? You got to understand the rules of life. You ain't played enough of the game to be able to tell the game, and by the time you get to the point where you can tell the game, you too tired to BS about the game. So he ain't got that point yet in life.
No, not even close.
His situation is. But I also want to ask the doctor here on the panel, all right?
Go ahead.
Professional. I stay in North Carolina, right? And also shout out to Snowman. Congratulations and peace and blessings on beating that pancreatic cancer monster. I lost 2 people to cancer this past year, so it's a monster. So congratulations to him on that one. I know the COVID is coming back in. I guess the new wave is it the 3rd or 4th wave? Is it that's coming? That it might be hitting
fourth wave.
Yeah, right. And and my question is, I know what 2 parts. The first is the accumulation of it. They say every time a person gets reinfected, the damage is cumulative. It's not like you reset the first time. The damage builds from the last infection. So that's something that's been verified, or is that just like in the rumor mill?
Well, that's in general that you'll have a built up immunity. Like for instance, myself, Mike, Charles, Lightbear, like we had it, and then next time, hopefully not, but next time if we are infected, unless the strain is just way off, we shouldn't have that much of an that bad of an infection or that bad of symptoms. So I can speak for myself. I was vaccinated twice, boosted, and everything. And where I am, we had to be boosted or we would lose our job. I was like, let me get this booster. I got the booster and I got sick after that. After all of that, got sick. But I think based on how sick I was, if I wasn't boosted, if I wasn't vaccinated, I probably would have died straight out.
No, that can't happen.
I would have because
can't happen.
I was like, it was bad. It was just I've never been that sick in my life. I
Really?
wasn't.
Oh, is that bad, huh? Okay.
Yeah, the pain was bad. Just basic stuff. It was hard to do, like walking and couldn't sleep. It's like really, really hard to do stuff. But I think if I'm if I'm infected again, I hope not. But if it happens again, I don't think I'd have that bad symptoms.
Yeah.
Now if I was in poor health and I got infected again, yeah, those things accumulate, and can make things worse for you if you're not
Okay.
in good health.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
you're older as well,
If you
because
got
your immune system is going down.
Yeah, I think if you got long COVID and it does like damage to your organs, it doesn't always do it. But thing is, you got what they call long COVID that actually does damage. Like Bitter Truth, Masante Bay, he got COVID. He's got damage to his heart valves. So
Man.
that can happen.
Yeah.
If that happens, then it can become cumulative
Okay.
because
Yes,
Okay.
of course. Yes.
but long COVID is kind of rare.
Yeah, like a
Mhm.
lot of people, like I guess they're doing as you mentioned before, BGS, the whole power through method, where people just say, you know what, I'm gonna power through it. And like most companies, I work with prolific tech company here in North Carolina, and
Mm, mhm,
they have they've adopted the model of remote worker because people done told them, hey, listen, we ain't coming in, so you gonna either deal with it or we're gonna walk. And, we
mhm.
have like a very high in demand, skilled work staff. You kind of bend the knee to them because you can't replace them enough to keep your business running,
Right.
right? So that's how we managed to get them to bend the knee to us in that way. But some of them other ones are like, powering through it. And man, they are people being laid out left and right. It's to the point now in North Carolina where a place like Rocky Mount, more like, not necessarily big cities, mid-sized, mid-tier city. I always say mid-tier, maybe a little bigger than a town, right? Their emergency rooms are saying, hey, go to Duke, go to UNC Chapel Hill. We don't have space for you. Our ICU is closed. There's no
Mhm.
hardly no nurses, massive nurse shortage,
Yeah,
projected to
yeah.
get worse. It's getting wild right now.
Yeah, Biden was serious, man. Look, Joe, don't jump on me. I'm just saying what you did already, okay?
Uh-oh.
Biden was serious about September. When he said we're going to cut everything off, he cut everything off. You're not going to get anything else. No more lockdowns, no more money, nothing, right? That was it. The money was actually dispensed. I think there was one more he got in January. That was it. Cut off
Mhm.
everything. And this is the election year, you're not getting nothing. You're gonna have to work and drop. Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
that's the way it is.
that's what's
Unless
on.
unless you work where you work or work where Nicole works, where they
Yeah,
Yeah,
make
we
you
work.
do it.
We have
Other than
to.
that, no,
Yeah, we have to.
you're gonna have to
yeah,
power
Especially a
through it.
lot of
unfortunate.
jobs where, like my job, I can only work like today is my Thursdays. I work from home
Hmm.
remotely. I have meetings. I have different seminars, workshops, and stuff I have to do.
Hmm.
I can do training, Zoom trainings and stuff.
Hmm.
But where I have to actually bring stuff from the lab home in a little a plow is ridiculous, BGS, in a plastic tub, and then I have to like set up a little fake lab scenario on my kitchen counter, and then try to do the training there, and then got my daughter over there doing what she's doing and giving her comments and stuff. It's just it's a mess. Like so Thursday I work from home, but I can't do certain things here. Like I just can't. I don't have a microscope here. I don't have tissue culture and petri dishes and cells here. I have everything I have to do. I have to do most things I can do. I have to do at work. And so what I've decided to do is sometimes I take 2 days off and I go in on the weekend. So there are weeks where I work Saturday and Sunday, and I might take off Thursday, Friday, just so that I'm not around a bunch of other people. And I think we're gonna have to go back to that type of shift where
Hmm.
I'm there physically for 5 days a week. It's just not Monday through Friday. You know what I mean? So I'll be there like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, something like that. Or Friday, Saturday, something like that.
Good thing you're the
But I
boss.
can't. Well, I mean, I have everybody has. I mean, I can. Everybody can. Well, I guess no, everybody can't. But everybody has the option where I work to make that request. Now, it might not be approved, but
Hmm.
you can at least make the request. For me, I told everybody, that trains under me. I said, well, if you want to do that, that's fine. I really don't care when you come. Just get your work done. I just want the work done by a certain deadline. That's it. And you come in. I don't care if you work 24 hours a day. Just get it done. 2 hours a day. Just get it done. That's all I ask.
Yeah,
And
that's kind of how it
everybody
is.
pretty much abides by that. We have to wear masks. We have to do certain things. What we noticing is like people get sick from working with the animals because a lot of these idiots that run the animal facilities, they don't like to wear masks.
Mm.
Ladies, trumpets and stuff out here, and they don't. I don't know. I guess they just don't like to. So it's like it's really crazy because if you're sick and you're sneezing on animals that are compromised, they don't have an immune system. You know, they don't have B cells and T cells. These are mice, and
Mm-hmm.
they, if you're sneezing on them, and then wonder, oh my God, how they die? You dumbass, how they die? You don't jump out the window, like, you don't get out of here, like, really? I love because it's not like people like, oh my gosh, she's so violent. No, look here, mice are expensive as hell, okay? And the ones that I have to genetically alter, what I'm saying? Like I have to literally, genetically alter the pups and I have to do things to the pregnant mice when they're pregnant. I have to do stuff to them in utero.
All that work. Yeah.
Genetically change the embryos before they're born. Come on,
Wow.
like you gonna kick rocks. That's what you gonna do.
Nicole will beat you about her mice. No, she will beat
I'm
you
up
out
under right
her
at
mice.
the window. Like, we on the fifth floor. You better go.
Yeah, the first floor are free. The first floor are free.
Right.
That last one you got to worry about.
Yeah.
You're gonna pay over that last one.
Yeah, I'm thankful. Yeah,
I'm gonna holler at
our
y'all.
remote is pure optional.
I'm gonna have to go, but I'm gonna holler at y'all. Let me get this.
No, the pleasure's ours, Nicole. Thank you for stopping
Really
by.
appreciate
baby.
it.
Yeah, kiss that baby for me.
What's up, Nicole?
Hey, no more prune juice.
I'll talk to y'all later. Y'all stay safe and stay healthy and everything.
All right, Nicole. Appreciate you.
Stop messing around with Mr. Z recipe and shit. Messing with that prune juice and that plum wine.
I told her no prune juice. And baby start hollering. Yeah, tell him, BGS, tell her no more prune juice. You start protesting.
But BGS,
yes, sir. Go ahead.
Man, did Roger tell you, man, that after the damn stream ended where you were talking to the chick, me and Roger was talking to this chick for like 4 fucking hours yesterday, man.
Why?
I don't know. She calmed down. Well, at first after AL got off there, he had spit his little spill and shit. She tried to confuse AL with me, tried to call me out for some bullshit. She tried to get rid of me, but then we had to get that cleared up real quick. She tried to get me up off the panel, and then Roger was just having to re-emphasize the point of the fact that celibacy isn't gonna save her when she got 3 niggas that she's talking to with proposal dreams, but she won't cut them off, but she doesn't want to talk to him, but somehow she's still talking to him. But she's supposed to be this.
Because they're orbiters. She needs them for emotional release.
Yeah.
That's what she needs them for.
I've been in that position. Yep. They when you would be surprised how much they need you, because when you cut them off, you might see them disappear because they can't handle it.
No, she wants to let them go, but the thing is, the reason she has them around because nobody else will take her. That's what she's not talking about. Yeah,
emotional concubines.
Yeah, because she's fucking crazy.
She needs them. Yeah, she needs them for that. Go ahead.
She's crazy. She's sitting there arguing with me, talking about, I have a 20-year-old talking about my 3 marriage proposals. What kind of relationship experience you have? I've had enough to know that's some bullshit. Why the fuck do you have 3 people talking to you at the same damn time? Like, look how goofy these situations have gotten, BGS. Like, that's a typical situation.
She got 3 guys in the friend zone that's talking to her. Okay, that's valid, but that's validation for a female.
Yeah,
it's validation for a female. It's like you talking about. You got 4 fat chicks in the friend zone, but they talking to you. Don't count.
That's too much of a drain anyway. If you have 4 fat chicks in the friend zone, you ain't got enough. You ain't doing enough. You get too much free time.
It's a drain for a man because you still have to emotionally support them. Okay.
Yeah.
Women get emotional support from men. It goes the other way, especially black men. We give too much emotional support. That's what Dr. Johnson calls emotional labor. Black men do more emotional labor for their women than any other group of men. We do.
Yeah.
Everything we do is for them. Yeah. Everything we do, sex, money, listen to their bullshit, arguing, fighting with them, all that kind of stuff is a emotional labor towards women. That's like white females and Latina females said, "Oh shit, he's wonderful." Yeah, because we used to doing it.
Yeah, that's why I laugh at divestors. That's why I laugh at divestors. So you think they're gonna get from us, but they get from other people.
Hold on, Pookie. Go ahead, Karen.
But that's why I laugh at divestors because they're thinking, "Oh, we gonna go over here." I'm like, "Okay, you know what? Go on over there and see what you get, and what you get ain't gonna be what you want because it ain't gonna cater to you like you think it is. They fall in love with the Hollywood stereotype. What's the movie? Whitney Houston, The Bodyguard, and stuff like that. They fall in love with those mindsets.
So,
Don't worry, get on over there with Chad. You're gonna find out what time it is real quick. He gonna grease you up for about a good 3-4 months, and then he gonna let you know what time it is. When he got a hook in you, and then you caught, and he looking at us like, black man, save me. No, you double down. You got what you paid for. You all right?
Yeah.
I laugh at that. One of the reasons I laugh at that is for what you just said, and plus the fact is, I already have white people in my family. I've had white people in my family for over 40 years. You can't hurt me with your divestment talk. I'm like, go be happy. I don't care. Go away.
They're not, the divestors. They're not doing anything that blacks have not done for 400 years.
Yep.
They were brought here to be the master's bed wench and concubine, right? Y'all been screwing white men for 500 years. It's nothing new. Nothing new. You're still doing it. You're just not talking about it. You're having babies for them, just not talking about it. I asked you the chick yesterday. I said 15, 20% of babies born are born for white men that won't marry you. Okay. How come you don't talk about that?
They don't.
Don't talk about your white baby daddy or your Latin baby daddy. Talk about us. How come
Master educator, that's because of the shame. They don't want to be shamed. That woman yesterday was unfreaking believable. And there was another one on Roger's show this morning. That lady was upset talking about me and Rael disrespect. Now, Rael might have gotten her grill. What I told the woman was, you're disrespectful, you're disobedient, and at the rate you're going, you're going to be a spinster. What's a spinster? Why are you calling me a spinster? He's just calling me a spinster because that's your label. You don't want to be classified as a loser, like Roger said. So this is the title you're going to take. You're going to be alone all by yourself. That's what spinsters are.
We're going to start calling them leftover strags. That's what we're going to start calling them.
Leftover strags.
Get this. When you left, she tried to blame that shit on me and said that was me, and that was her justification for disrespecting me. And when I checked her on it, she said I was disrespectful, and then tried to get me kicked off for that. I was like, and the crazy thing is, I hadn't even said nothing. I barely had said anything. Shit,
what she was upset about, Pookie, she was truly upset that the two elders was putting that belt on with logic, rational reason. In BGS, I don't care what you say, I figured it all out. I don't want to hear them say they're the most educated nothing no more. Because when any man brings logic, rational reason, and facts, what do? Every time, BGS, they deflect.
Yep. They deflect.
So how are you going to say you're the most educated when we bring numbers at you and you don't want to honor them? You don't want to take accountability. You don't want to own shit. So no, anytime I hear a woman say, we're the most educated, no, you're just the most fucking enrolled because you motherfuckers got little boys under 4th grade reading level. You suck like eggs and we're tired of your shit.
That's why I like degrees and dogs because they can't talk back. Give them good response. That's why I like degrees and dogs so much, because you can say anything to a dog or, saying what degree or to a child who don't know no better and get away with it. But when the man who's, again, like I said, who's been broke down by life, building himself back up, you can't run game with him like that. You can't, and they don't like having that. Even brothers who, be red pill, blue pill, even a lot of brothers are really having to come to terms with the environment that they're being faced to force. They can't be ignorant to it anymore. They have to face an environment like, you know what, these women really are like this. And what's happening is women's behavior is forced the men who will be blue pill and will be white knights for them to have to wake up like no, y'all hoes trifling. Their behavior is causing that to happen on a large scale. Well, quite a few brothers I've seen.
She didn't like our tones. She said, "Oh, I was too aggressive." And Riley had to tell her, "Ma'am, this is how AL comes every day. Every day." So crying for it. And I know men who were worse than me, and I was being polite.
Yeah, she said.
Rael was really digging in her ass.
Right. That's another thing. And she said I was being hyper and shit because I caught her in a damn contradiction, man. How you gonna come up on the panel talking about disrespect, but you gonna cut me off and then confuse me with a whole nother nigga? I'm like. She's like, AL, I don't appreciate AL talking to me. I'm like, AL done left like fucking 15 minutes ago. Like, there's only 3 of us up in this room. Like, literally.
Because we
Like,
were
that was
off air. We were off air, and I told her, I said, lady, basically, you being very disobedient and disrespectful to this panel, and no man's gonna tolerate it. And I'm man enough to tell you that you're doing this. Everybody else is being polite to you. I'm a dude from the street. You lucky I didn't cuss you out.
Well, see, they ain't used to that kind of thing, that kind of behavior. They used to coming in the male spaces now. And I noticed this trend lately where a lot of women are coming up with quote unquote red pill content.
Because they have to,
and they come into the space, speaking on things. And they got to understand, like, you come into a man-dominated space, and it's going to continue to be that. So if you want to speak on these topics, you got to understand what's going to come back to you. You're not going to always be talked to in a very polite way.
Well, they've been taught. Okay, this is the way they've been taught by their great grandmother, their grandmothers, their mother, aunties. Is that when you come in, you're supposed to mommy all the men in a space, and a lot of guys do that, right? They come into space, they start yelling, hollering, and black men will actually cow down and back down because she's yelling, because they're used to, because that's how their mama talks to them.
Yep.
And automatically we kind of, like how you pick a kitten in the back of their neck and they kind of go limp.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, they do.
That's what black women do to you when they come into your space, start with their kind of mommy attitude, right?
That's what happened last night.
What happened last night?
Yes. Remember last night on the podcast?
Oh
no,
the night before last?
Yeah, the night before last. That was the same thing. She was trying to do the same thing you was just saying.
Oh yeah.
Be educated about it, but
that's well, we entertained it, but I got tired of it. So I'm gonna walk her through it, and then she bounced and left. Did she come back?
Yeah, she came back, but then she left again, and she hit me on Snapchat.
What she said?
Because she was just saying she said that y'all were ganging up on her, and I'm like, I told you to just say yes, and then don't say nothing else. Just leave it alone. But instead of trying to make her illogical talking point a logical talking point, and she dug that hole for herself. That's all I can say.
They do
that. Just like that whole shouting match.
What about the chick today that was on Rob's Report who came through later? BGS just got through speaking about it. Black Uru had to hit her with some middle school logic, and she just because he added a word. Oh, you added a word. No, I'm like, that right there, BGS say, I don't give a shit no more. They better not come at us with they the most educated. You're the most enrolled. You're not educated. Well, educated means to use your common sense and think. I don't fucking I feel shit. And that's all we were getting for yesterday and today. I feel. Well, pull your ass up at the goddamn panel, because you getting on real men's nerves. We trying to figure out some shit, talk about some shit, and come to some conclusions.
Well, there's two things that people need to understand is that feelings and emotions do not trump facts and logic, and education does not mean intelligence.
True.
We understand that as men, even the lame and common man understand that, but not them. They refuse. It's like brick wall coming up when you start using logic. She was literally getting upset every time BGS or Black Uru was hitting her with logical, reasonable facts. And I'm like, lady, you don't know who you getting upset with. They can't talk to me like, Black Uru, he's just so contrite. Man, look, you're lucky that man ain't hitting you with some 4-letter words right about now, because I would have been gave them to you.
Now, first I asked him, how old are you? Because you're acting like you're a teenager. Stop that. You were taught self-control.
She's a 32-year-old spinster, boss. A 32-year-old.
No, she's a 32-year-old teenager. That's what she is. That's what she acts like.
Yeah, because and don't feel bad because they get on the millennial brothers' nerves too. They get on my nerves too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, my daughter. Like I said, my daughter is about her age. She tried that shit like 3 weeks ago, right? I had to check her. I said, I'm your father. I said, what you need to do.
You even called her that BGS yesterday.
I said, you need to calm your ass down and act like you're educated, okay? And then she
That's the
calmed
only
down.
reason I was yelling at you
I
because I was
take that
like,
back.
Oh,
There are
one
a
at a time,
lot
one
of
at a time, one at a time.
males
You got to speak up,
that act
AB.
like that.
Say what, Bitter Truth?
I said there's a lot of males that act like that.
Oh,
oh
I
yes.
know, but they've been trained. They're feminist trained.
Right?
I know. Yeah,
It's like I can't be around you when you act like that. Like what? Like dude, like calm
yeah,
down. Like
yeah.
why are you acting all emotional and crazy?
Because they're taught to express, taught by white feminist teachers to express themselves that way.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
don't you know that men get socked in their mouth when they act emotional?
No, they don't.
Some of
yeah,
some of these
yeah.
dudes,
We use our words and we speak our truths.
yeah, it hurts me to say this. Some of these dudes literally act like your ex-girlfriend
They do.
when they
They
come to
do.
talk to you.
Like yeah, they
Talk
act.
to you,
You
and
got a lot of men that act
I'm
like
like, why
school.
do you sound like an ex-girlfriend? This is creepy. Get away from me.
Yeah, catty men. There's a
Yeah, well,
bunch of
you
catty men,
literally have them. Yeah.
and that's what it is. I've seen a lot of them in the spaces where they're, it's funny because I just scroll through YouTube when I get the free time, things like that, and I look and I see some brothers having takes on this here or there, on one thing or another, and I'm like, these are supposed to be highly educated brothers challenging points in the manosphere, but these are the most catty, petty men. Now, the difference for men are being petty in an intellectual, respectful kind of way. But they're petty in a way like, oh, you think because you say it through a phone screen that if I don't happen to run into you, it's on site. Because the way I was raised in the South, and I was raised like this here. Now you can say whatever you want to say, but it had to understand consequences come with it. Like example, if you disrespect a man and you talk about his wife or his family or insult him in a very degrading way, when you see him, he see you, ain't no, hey, what was that you were talking about? No. It's on site. As soon as you come out, if you come out the store looking straight ahead and he on your right hand side, he taking off on you. He taking your whole jaw off. And when you laying there on the ground looking up at the sky saying, God, why? He gonna stand over you and told you should have watched your mouth. That's why I was raised that way. Watch what you say. And I guess the internet has allowed people to settle
Yep.
in a form
Yeah.
of comfort where they
Yeah.
can, I'm gonna talk about this man in this very detrimental way that I would never talk to him to his face because I know this man would do everything in his power to knock me out. And hey, let's be real, a man ain't gonna win every fight. But the thing of it is if two lions fight in the wild, right? Guess what? One may win, but he may be maimed. The other one may lose, he may be maimed. But you ain't leaving. You neither one. You leaving in the same condition you came in. So that's why
Hello.
men use wisdom to
Is
talk
what
one
you're
another with
saying.
respect.
But yeah, basically what you describing is what we call in the trucking world back in the game a CB superhero jockey. He'll talk $100 worth of shit behind his CB because he know he inside his truck and can't nobody see him. He'll call you every name under the book. But the minute he walk in that truck stop, he quieted in a church house mouse. And that's just like these dudes in YouTube. So I don't get mad no more when I hear him crying like that. You just a CB suicide jockey. You talking that shit from afar. But let a real man step in your face, you ain't gonna say a motherfucking thing.
Yep. It's sad. I mean, it's weird. It's weird
Yeah.
seeing men be that way. Be that daggone catty. Like, are you
All
a
right,
woman
you
in
have a
secret?
good night. I'm out of here.
Really, Carrie, they be
You want me to lock this behind me? Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. You talking to somebody else? Okay.
true story. You know how many dudes I've had
Okay.
came to me talking about, man, you ugly. I'm like, I'm not trying to date you, nigga. Are you a woman or something? What the hell?
Yeah.
AB, that's the worst one of all. When the worst kind of dude of all, when you get dudes like that.
I don't swing that way.
You trying to judge another man for his looks, man? If that ain't so queer, I don't know what to tell you. Look at here, I ain't the prettiest nigga in the world, but I'm far from the ugliest. But don't mean I'm finna walk around this motherfucker 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, judging my facial features or whatnot. Look at here, all normal.
Man judges another man's looks like that. That's
You'd be surprised.
You'd be
surprised.
On internet, yeah. On internet.
You'd be surprised. Other men, that's why I would, like I said, I don't think about doing my own YouTube thing myself, but different from what you gentlemen do, taking my own experiences, right? How I came to this space, right? Because again, I was born and raised in the South. So I was raised amongst the old school and some of the new school. And my grandfather taught me, he said, son, if you want to make it far in life, sit at the feet of your elders and get all the wisdom you can and watch how it sets you apart. And my grandfather taught me right, and that's always served me well. And I've seen a lot of this odd stuff about how they try to judge men on looks. Like, I mean, groups of men. Like, man, that dude, he look like this, he look like that. Like, I didn't grow up with that. Who looks at another man and judges another man? That's different.
Yeah,
But if you in the gym working out,
feminized men. Yeah,
yeah,
feminized men. Yeah.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I see a brother in the gym. Oh man, he bench pressing 500 or something. He's strong. Okay, that's strength. But you looking at a man off aesthetics? What's gotten into y'all, man? No.
Yeah, they've been bitchified.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what happened when ain't no men in the household and they constantly watching their mamas, watching their aunties, watching their mama's girlfriends, watching their grandmas talk like women all the time. They pick up those mannerisms and then they try to bring it out into the real world and into the streets. And then when they see real dudes check them, like, what the fuck is you doing, dude? We all ugly around here. And as far as I'm concerned, every swinging dick is ugly to me. I ain't met one yet. And I expect you to be the same way.
What's up, JX? Speak up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. All right,
Oh,
just
cool.
make sure you're not a troll. All
Yeah,
right.
I popped on your Patreon. You know I'm not a troll.
Okay. Oh, well, I see the JX. So I don't know
Yeah,
if you use that with your
Smitty's
okay. Okay.
Sorry, I was about internet. I'm sitting up here talking. I know y'all didn't hear a word I said.
No, I think you were muted. But you were
Hello?
talking to somebody else. Where you at? You there? We can hear you.
No, I was talking to y'all.
We can hear you now.
Okay. Well, based on what he was saying, like, this is why I don't get into internet beef. You know, because it's like it's not a manly thing to do. If you want to keep talking smack, like, well, we can just meet up and we can settle it like men instead of going back and forth online. This is what I was trying to tell Marcus with his little situation. I'm like, dude, stop trying to debate and argue with that effeminate, emotional little troll. You know, he's not worth the time. Find something else better to do. And luckily, he finally came to his senses and left the dude alone because there's nothing good was going to come out of it. You got him talking people and everything. That's an effeminate trait. Leave these effeminate little Cynthia G alkalites and whatnot. Leave them people alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
they've been going back. They've been going back and forth for like 2 years, man. It's like,
yeah, for what?
I don't know.
Nobody's going to change anybody's mind. You're not going to fight. You know. Why are you wasting? I'm just speaking in general to people who are in these type of situations. There's nothing good will come of it. Nothing productive. You know, it's just both of y'all just wasting each other's time because you have nothing else better to do.
Bitter. My grandfather told me a long time ago, misery loves company. And for that to be going on for 2 years, that ain't nothing but misery loving company. Period, point blank.
Shoot, you can be miserable by yourself. Find somebody else to be miserable with. I got other shit to do.
Yeah, the YouTube is big, so you got plenty of people.
I wanna chime in on
Go ahead, Jack.
real quick.
Go ahead.
So I'm not I think I'm like technically on the tail end of millennials, like early Gen Z.
Okay. What's your age?
26. So
yeah, you're tail end.
I'm at that like cusp. I'm in that. Yeah. Some people consider me a Z. Some people. I'm at that like. I'm young enough to remember 9/11, but I was young as shit. I thought I was just getting a day off, honestly.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that to say this. When AB said it about the judgment for their looks, I didn't think anything about it. I've talked to you before, Beatrice. You probably don't remember me because you talked to a lot of people. But when I was in
you probably had another name. That's the problem.
When I heard you go by JX.
You came by JX? Okay, all right.
So I didn't know this. Someone told me this like years, like after I didn't think anything of it. So this dude I was cool with, and so okay, there was this Filipino girl. She was like from the city I was from. There was nothing special about it. And I dated her like my sophomore year in my junior high school, and then like I think 4 years later when I was in college, this black girl told me like, yeah, you know, he was going off about you behind your back. And I was like, what did he say back then? Like, why was he mad? And they were saying that the dude, and this happened to me a couple times, but this specific, I'm just using this case as an example. The guy was like going on rants to women, like, how did he get this girl? This nigga, his hairline not like mine, and my face symmetrical. And I was just like, what the fuck?
It was dirty Mac.
But he never said it's the girl I was fucking with. He would say it's like every other woman at the school. And as I've gotten older, I've seen other men There was other women I would pull, and they're like, he's not as attractive as me. They would always go off these like very weird, like he doesn't dress like me. They would always talk about symmetry in their face, or they would drop in the jawline. I'm like,
he was jealous.
But it's just, it's very, I don't hear older men, like men of your age, they don't jump to like these very weird beauty standard ass like jawline and beard. And hairline. It's I'm just trying to add color to what AB, and I think someone else was talking about that. The younger guys around my age and definitely younger, it's
that's not entirely true, because I know a guy who was in his 40s, and on a business level, he was always trying to undercut me and, you know, just spreading rumors and lies and whatnot, saying he was the best photographer and the girls should work with him and all of this stuff. Because I mean, it was like I had to completely cut the dude out of my life. Because when I tried to because when I first met him, I tried to bring him into the fold, and that way, because I'm under I used to be under the umbrella, if I eat, you eat, we eat together as black men. But you can't do that with every brother. And I found out the hard way that he was one of those people, because he was single mama raised, that I couldn't do that with him. And when I cut him off from the business aspect, because he fucked up some serious money for me one time, so I had to cut him off. He kept trying to do it. So not only did I cut him off, every model that he worked with, I had to cut them off too. All right. And this was around the time that I was putting out my magazine. So I had to turn down girls that I knew I wanted to work with, but didn't want to deal with the drama. Because one time I did shoot like some Asian girls that he had worked with, and I didn't know anything about it. He called me at 1 o'clock in the morning, bitching and screaming and yelling at me about suing them for $5,000, and I needed to call him because he got them under contract. And I just simply shut him up and said, why the fuck are you calling me? Call them bitches. Like, I ain't got nothing to do with me. Of course he didn't. But do understand, people like that, no matter how old they get, they don't change. You probably just haven't fell victim to their bullshit yet, but they don't change.
I feel bad for him.
But I think what he's trying to say is there's more of them now.
I see more of them.
There's a lot more of them
all the time. There's even a guy. I'm relatively cool with him. I don't know if it was true, but he actually, funny enough, likes FD Signifier. I found out, and I'm like, this kind of makes sense.
Oh boy,
we were in college. Yeah, he used to always talk about. He used to always on my case about, oh, you like light skinned women, you like this, like just all the time about like wanting me to date these chubby dark skinned chicks. I'm like, dude, I'm just not that attracted.
Why is he recruiting you for chubby dark skinned chicks?
I went to like a liberal arts school. It was like I went there for the design program, but they had all these. The time with the school, I don't know, just it was a lot of that whole, I don't know, like that weird. It was in the New York area, so it was like that weird pro-black type of thing. That I think some of that 125th Street.
Oh, it was like the 2010, 2012.
I went to college in the late 2010s and the early 2020s. Like I pretty much finished right before COVID. So it was, but I was saying like just when I actually went when the whole what was it? The dude in New York got killed. They stepped on his remember back, it was like the late 2010s, they killed that one dude in New York, the cops
Eric Gardner.
I was in school when that popped off. So like after that, I remember a lot of like, I don't know, just niggas wanted some weird like, I don't know, like date I don't hate to say this, but like date not attractive as black chick type of weird things.
Body positivity shit.
And I would just kind of deal with what I was. I always have the expression like, if it ain't foreign, it's boring. Like I would just say it as a joke. And
Jay, that stuff is not new because what the brother's saying, but it's not new because I've seen older dudes in older generation, they fix and talk like women, and there's just something about seeing a man run his mouth like a woman that just makes you want to punch a hole.
See, is that just black men? Because I see it mostly. I see some white men like that, but not often.
Oh no, they just don't talk to you. They don't talk to you the same way. They do the same shit. They do the same shit.
There's something about that makes you want to go punch a hole in the wall. And I'm like,
Psycho. It's always been there. If you remember the movie called The Mac, right? Have you ever seen the movie called The Mac? Look at how Tony acts when his hoe chooses the other guy, right? That's what it is. We know growing up, we call some kind of call them pretty Tonys.
It's called a dirty macking, yeah.
Yeah, dirty macking, right? So it is what it is. Some brothers they just that way they had an envy in them that's never been controlled or they've been shown to control it, and they don't have no control of their emotions at all. They have temper tantrums. Like that's like you can tell other men of other demographics also too have issues they don't control. Men with temper tantrums. Most men who have mastered themselves, they don't have temper tantrums like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But so you have temper tantrums, they throw fits and stuff like that. They go off. Yeah, that's a brother who ain't got together. I mean, that's what happened a lot of sometimes these pro athletes, whatever, this sense of entitlement they have. They get these women they get these women or they get in these parties and situations and they have these tantrums. And you say, oh yeah, that's an emotionally controlled man. Like take AB, for example, that's an emotionally controlled man. The man had to control his emotions, and they tend to be very detrimental to all the men of character around them, which is why you don't see men of character around men like that. We get the hell away from them because we know it's going to go bad every time. It's like going to a party. You got one friend, like you have a group of friends, 5 guys, and there's always one guy who got something going on. But because y'all boys, you stick around him until eventually you get wise enough to realize this nigga a problem. We can't do nothing with him. So let me go ahead and distance myself. And eventually you may get so why you stop hanging around with me, man? Because nigga, you a problem. You ain't never gonna stop being a problem.
Hey yo, peace to the guys. How the brothers feeling?
Hey,
Pretty good. I'm gonna drive for a hot minute. I'm on my way home.
All right.
Yeah, y'all just gonna comment on the conversation. A lot of times these dudes, like they act like women in that women think because you disagree with them is disrespectful. So these dudes aren't able to separate a disagreement in the construction from disrespect. That's why when you correct them, or so many people get mad at BGS because they've never had a discussion where they felt like they were wrong or could get corrected. And if they were wrong and got corrected, they took it as disrespect when it was really just us saying you're wrong.
Yeah.
Never been challenged. Never had a real challenge in life.
Trained, it's like the behavior is trained from the women. Huh? Y'all hear me?
You got you.
Oh, okay. The behavior is trained from the women, but that is ultimately trained from the society. So this is all systemic racism, man. Like this shit is blatant as fuck.
I'm gonna be honest.
It's actually systemic feminism, but yeah.
I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, it's the same thing though, BJS. What is feminism at its core? What's feminism?
It's a different story. It's not really racism. Feminism is not racism.
I'm gonna be honest. I think at the age I'm at, I'm realizing that. I think I realized this around like when I was like 20. I don't know, maybe 24, probably 25 for sure. Which pretty much was last year. I've talked, especially the kid that FD. He's a cool friend. Like I fuck with the dude. I'll still kick with him, but just not to the same degree because I'm like I think we just dabble in 2 different types of lanes of women and whatnot. And he was raised. He has a dad. I think he was raised by his mom.
Okay.
I think his mom kind of implanted some odd type of shit there. I think a lot of these dudes should have went to all boys school. As I've gotten older, because I went to all boys school for a long part of my life, not the entire life. I think that's why they get confused by just I don't know, maybe how I move and how I interact with the other guys. I think some of them think some shit I do is odd. I'm like, nah, dude, it's just certain type of honor and quality and integrity. I'm realizing,
if you're upper middle class, I think that's your suburban upper middle class. Yeah, that's feminism is heavy in that arena, white and black.
Upper middle class.
Yeah, because you're like middle class to upper middle class.
I was I think I would consider myself like upper middle class. I mean, I went to a private school for a good chunk of my life.
You're upper middle class, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not saying there wasn't feminism there, but the school I went to was very like it was like I went to school like for like MLB players' children and like
so a lot more masculine.
MLS teams. Like there was a lot of for some reason they owned soccer teams. So it's just but it was an old when I went, it was still like an old school environment. Not as old school, but it was they would talk to us about fucking George Bush. When I think back on it, like I don't know why they did that, but they would talk to us about like how George Bush was better than John Kerry. Then they kind of like they were talking down on Obama when we got older.
More masculine, more conservative.
That's my point. As I've gotten older, it's like some of these dudes, I'm like, damn, bro, like you kind of. And I know how my voice sounds, so people are like, oh no, and I'm like, nah, dog, I'm not. I might sound one way, but I'm like, that's not. But
when you got in college, you started mixing with certain people that were actually gone through that feminist training.
I would say
then
high school I did it because I went to arts high school, but I didn't realize. But college for sure, when we just were like the parents went there, and I saw that shit, and I was just like, but my point of all this I'm saying is, I think a lot of this, you talked about this on the panel with DC like maybe 4 or 5 months back. I think a lot of this stuff could get corrected with if you sent these guys to all boys schools. Like
it could, but the
could
feminists don't want that to happen. So.
I know, but it's just these dudes are just kind of they're fucking odd. Like they don't even the women don't want them.
I think what it is that I know for me, I started noticing the feminist stuff in undergrad, and I graduated about 10 years ago now from undergrad. But it was like, you tell women that, especially black women, it's like you tell them like, oh, I can't make it to that Black Student Union event because it's like I have an engineering exam to study for, or I have homework, and it's like I remember one woman telling me like, well, you never support us. And it's like, well, I am supporting you because there's not that many black people on this campus. I'm one of a few black people in engineering. And it's like, I have to, like me going to, your dance recital or a spoken word event isn't really why I'm here on this campus. Like I'm representing in a different way. And just because I don't go to the events and I don't go to the parties and all the kickbacks and stuff doesn't mean that I'm not supporting. I have things to do.
No, and they should encourage you. That's why you're there. But they didn't come there to study.
And it's interesting too. I remember one year I was on campus working during spring break, and there was I think we had the Black Student Union, like the National Black Student Union conference or something was being hosted by our university, and I remember meeting black women, black female engineers from other schools, and it was interesting because it's like there wasn't that many black female engineers at my school, but it was like night and day as far as like how they treated me versus the average liberal arts student, the liberal arts black female student. It was like the ones at my school, it was like, we're doing you a service, and it was the other way around. It was like, they were actually nice and cordial and stuff, and it's crazy.
Yeah. Women in STEM are different. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I would just comment there too also, in that these brothers move like women. Women usually it's like a head woman, and all the other women get dictated to by her.
Oh yeah.
That's how these brothers move too. A lot of these brothers aren't actually friends with their equals. Like a lot of these dudes hang around dudes that concede to them. They don't hang around dudes that challenge them or tell them no, you're wrong, or none of that. That's why it's not that they haven't been challenged. It's just that most of the times they got challenged, it probably led to a fight. So instead of seeking their equals and being controlled emotionally, they usually hang out with a bunch of yes men or dudes that's a little bit lesser on the totem pole. So they hang around them, dictating to them all day. And if you dealing with a person, this is why so many men have issues with BGS. BGS will correct them. They've never been corrected, or they've never not been the smartest person in the group.
Yeah, that's
true. What I mean? So that's the issue that they're having. Like, okay, they could be 29, 28, 30 years old, but if they've never hung around actual people, I'm not even gonna say that's their intellectual capacity. If they've never hung around people with confrontational personalities, because a lot of us have confrontational personalities, but I have a confrontational personality. But if you correct me, I'll shut up and be like, okay, you're right. You know what I mean? That's just something, but I had to learn to do it, and I got plenty of scars from learning how to do it. You know what I mean? So a lot of these younger guys, they've never even been in a fight before in real life.
No.
So
they've been coddled and by their white feminist teachers and tell them use your words and
I personally think
female conflict resolution.
Speak your truth. Yeah.
Female conflict resolution. That's what a lot of them have. They resolve conflicts like women do. They hold grudges like women do. They're passive aggressive like women are. They give sly comments like women do. They say sly comments like women do. They cut their eyes or they suck their teeth like women do. They've never had the understanding conflict resolution amongst men is handled differently. And when it's handled, it's handled. There's no long carryover, that kind of thing. So a lot of young men haven't had that teaching because they resolve conflicts like their mother. That's why a lot of them, that they really can't really be in the midst of men who have paid their dues in life, right? Who have paid their pounds of flesh in life. They really can't really sit around them because you irritate them, because you irritate the feminine energy in them. They don't know how, like, hey, this man making me have to be a man, or making me be the woman that's on the inside. So which one they're going to be, and they don't know how to really handle that, so they get away from you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
feel
true.
bad.
Even going back to you, like, how could you judge a man's looks? Because that's how they was conditioned. When they were with their mom and their aunties and they seen a man, they like, ooh, girl, he fine. And they paid attention to the dudes that they said was fine versus the dudes they said was unattractive, and they internalized in them. They
That's
can't
what
help
We were
it.
talking.
that's what Rom said.
I was literally telling the chick that same thing yesterday, and she told me I don't
Mm-hmm.
know what the fuck I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all
Yeah.
picking over physical features, and then you get mad when he don't want to change, and those actual
Mm-hmm.
characteristics that you actually need are all fucked up. You get mad at him as if he's supposed to just become a whole different nigga. It's
Mm-hmm.
not how it works. Like, it's just
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
oh,
A build a boo. Yeah.
I feel what I was gonna say is I feel bad for a lot of those dudes as I'm getting older.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've been about working, I guess, like startups and corporate, I don't know, like whatever the fuck I consider this, like for 4 years, going on 5 years now.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got promotions and I'm pretty much like in positions, I think in the next year or so, where I could definitely like manage like a team full of like people. I mean, I could do it now. If I would just have to like leave where I'm at, and the place I'm at is in a good position. But nonetheless, look at some of these other guys, and I think to myself, like, yeah, like I don't see you getting into that, like, I don't want to say C level, but in those senior positions where like you have ability to hire, fire, pull people in for internships, leverage other people so you don't have to do the work. My point is they seem like the people I'm noticing that they're built built to be leveraged by others, but never
Mm-hmm.
built to be leaders. As I'm getting older, I'm starting to see that. Maybe that's just the time I'm at, or I'm late to the
It's,
game a little bit.
that's just you coming into it. It's always been that way.
Yeah, but I
Mm-hmm.
think I'm seeing now. I'm just like, damn, bro. Like y'all are just like underdeveloped. Like because there's
Oh
a
yeah.
kid I was cool with. I made a reference about he does architecture. So we were talking about apartments in the US being overpriced. This was like a year or two ago. So we
Mm-hmm.
were talking about, what do they call them? Like the 4x5s. They're like, you've seen them in LA. They're everywhere. Like, you know, those 4 levels of apartments, and the first
Oh yeah.
floor is like
Yeah. Oh
retail
yeah.
and shit. So I
Yeah.
was saying a lot of those new constructions, I was like, they're not that good compared to some of the older renovation jobs. But
Right.
I think both of them are overpriced, in my personal opinion. And I think I used his building as an example. Just as an example, I said, and he lives in the Midwest. So I was like, you know, bro, like I was like, personally for me, I just wouldn't pay a band to go live in this building. I was like, I'd probably just Midwest is like, it's kind of small. Then I think he like somehow goes off and starts making these weird statements about um you know, good luck trying to do this, and like I want to see you try to get an apartment where I live at. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Like,
Mm-hmm.
just having a conversation. Like, I'm just using your building as an example. I end up shifting to
Mm-hmm.
another building. I was like, it's not about you, bro. I'm just using your building as an example. So I pulled up another building. Even sent him a video that I was referencing this off of.
Right.
Doesn't watch the video later on, gives me some long ass paragraph. And this was like multiple times this happened to this kid.
Yeah.
There was another occasion, like he got a Tesla. I said something about, oh yeah, this is one of the older models. And then like weeks later down the road, he's like, yeah, remember that time you said my car was an older model? And I was like,
Yeah.
that's
Female. Yeah.
It's I look at these dudes and I see a lot of black. Like I said, it might be white guys. I see the black dudes. I'm like, bro, you are going to get
They all go to the same schools, man. The same school system, the same training.
But my question is, for a group of guys who I assume are over 40, like, what's the outcome of these guys? Like, because to me, it just seems like you're gonna marry a chick who's just gonna finesse you.
They'll instead of maturing at 30, they'll mature at 40, 45.
So they'll realize that they got leverage just later in their life.
Yeah, the thing is that they'll change. Okay, they'll see the world as it is.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll start learning from the lessons, the beat downs. I always call it, you know, life hands you a couple of L's. Not everybody learns from the first couple. And some people, it takes a while to learn, you know, their lessons when they get their licks. Some people learn them early, some people learn them late. But yeah, they're gonna learn them late. And that between that and the pressure environment, you know, it's gonna pressure them to be
it'll force them to change faster.
If I could play the devil's advocate, I understand. Like, I wouldn't get offended by certain stuff now because I understand it's not a competition.
Mm-hmm.
But I could see how a person would say, like, yeah, look at my new apartment. No, it's kind of small. Look at my new car. You got the old one. Like, that's like it's like, damn, what you trying to do? One up me? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of how that comes off.
Yeah, I didn't even mean it.
But that's what you're saying. You might not mean it like that.
I know.
But that's
This is
essentially what you're saying. And you don't. I'm just saying, bro. Just listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, brother. You don't realize what you're saying to them.
Yeah.
So if a person has never had nothing before and you grew up with your mommy and daddy, but if this dude worked his way out of poverty, escaped this, and he's going to show you his new apartment, and the first thing you do is ridicule it instead of congratulate, that's looked at as an assault.
Yeah, no, that's not what has happened though. But I get what you mean.
Yeah, he didn't mean to insult him, but the thing is, he took offense like a female and took a grudge like a female.
The apartment was just an example. It wasn't. It wasn't. I apologize about cutting you. I wasn't trying to. I was trying to specify. The apartment was like later down. I just used it as an example. Like it wasn't the first day he got in. That's some asshole shit. What the car was, I just sat. I think I got in there and I was like, "Oh yeah, nice car, man." I was like, "Yeah, this is one of the older models, right?" And then he went along with it, and then I didn't see any issue with it. Yeah, I see what you mean though, but I wasn't trying to come at
his feelings were hurt like a female.
Yeah, it was just to me it was odd because I was like, I'm not. I'll say what I mean, and so I was like, I'm from the East Coast. So like, if I felt your apartment was shitty,
that'll be $391.
Yeah, but also, G, to your point too. Usually, by the time a man gets to that, if he came out of abject poverty, life is gonna beat that out of him. Very seldom do men who get to that point have that cattiness about them. You may have a rare one, but for the most part, life doesn't beat them so bad that's gonna be out of them in order for them to get where they at. You know, from what I've seen most of the time, I haven't come out of abject poverty my own self. That was out of me by the time I hit the age 21, 22. I wasn't trying to envy the next man. I was trying to get it my own self.
Yep. Yep. Well, the thing is that well, back in the day, you guys are forced to, you know, to face reality. If your apartment was shitty, hey, you know what? It is what it is. But at least it's mine. Or I drive a bucket. Okay. Guys nowadays they act like women. They're emotional like women. You know, if they take everything as a diss, they can't laugh anything off.
well, I mean, was I wrong? I mean, you couldn't correct me. I mean, was I a dick?
No, Well, you just being you. He took it wrong. Okay, and then he couldn't let it go.
Yeah, it confused me. So,
but the thing is, that's where they're raised. Everybody gets a cookie. Everybody gets a trophy. Everybody gets a certificate. Everybody's supposed to get an 8, 9, or 10 and $1 million. Doesn't work that way.
Yeah, they don't know how to take losses, and that's why you end up seeing all this. All these. That's how Wall Star pretty much blew up. You just started seeing people that couldn't handle a loss, or you see guys. I'm from the East Coast as well, and I see it all the time. You get guys that can't take no from a woman. So then you get situations where it's like, why? There's other women out there. Just take the no and move on.
Right, because back in the day, anything you got, you had to earn. Nowadays, everybody gets a fucking participation award for everything. So everybody feels like they have these certain kind of standards that they have to uphold. Like, nigga, I ain't got no standards. Nigga, I'm the lowest of the low. I'm below the dirt, nigga. That's how I feel about myself.
That's why you have chicks that are in their 30s with 4 kids by 3 different men and overweight and that are fours, want a handsome dude making 6 figures.
Yeah.
And another thing,
got lucky, but she think that's the system and shit. Like, bitch, you got lucky. You got a nice role. Like, stop.
You ask them if they have a dude like that, and they say no. So how do you figure you deserve them, or even because actually, literally, it was on a panel a couple of nights ago, and the black women there were saying, how do you guys get to talk about standards and what somebody deserves? What somebody has to earn. I just laugh. So that's typical black woman.
BGS, did you see just trying to remember, did you see Donovan Sharp's I think stream 2 days ago or yesterday?
I haven't watched Donovan
this
all week.
Hispanic chick in there. I think you might have been on her show. Somebody you were cool with, Jenny from the block, Jenny, that YouTuber.
I think she was on I think she was on what is it? Not the Lapice, but
she was on that Kendra G thing, but
she was. I did see that.
She runs in some of those circles, but I thought I'm bringing that up because it was just interesting. She was she was 49, 40.
Oh yeah,
40s. She was talking about how she wanted the 3 6s and shit. I'm like,
I did see the video.
It's fucking wild.
And barely has a high school education.
It's wild. I was like, dog, I don't know. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it up here.
Well, I mean, I saw that she has she's like a divorcee and she has a bunch of kids, but then she wants a guy that makes, that has his own condo, and it's like, I always tell my boys, like, yo, like it's based on you have to start judging based on actions and kind of reading between the lines. When you say all these things, you say you're making all this money and you have these kids and you're divorced, but you want a guy that has his own owns a condo and at $100,000 or whatever like that a year. It's like, well, you just need a break from your kids because you have like 4 or 5 kids, and they're most likely, I would say 3. I would just assume that half of them, or maybe a little bit over half of them, are probably still living in the house. The reason why you want this guy to have his own place is so you can have a weekend getaway. And you're not looking for anything serious at your age, but it's like you should just come out and say she probably have a better chance finding somebody like that to just break her off on the low, and just on the weekends or whatever. If you just come out as straightforward and just say that, but you want to play these.
There's guys out there her age, but most of the guys her age are actually looking for women that are actually younger. That's her problem.
Yeah. Yep. It can't be the competition.
That's like she's probably been a sugar mommy. She's tired of being it, so she wants a decent dude.
Yeah, and can I just I think that was pragmatic prime. We were having a little discussion back and forth. Oh yeah, I know you didn't mean any offense, brother. Like I was just saying, I could I came from a lower economic class, I guess you would say, and I noticed that people from a higher economic class, like you haven't been trained like we've been trained. So a lot of times they'll say certain things because you're used to hearing it that we're not used to hearing. Like BGS got on me because when I started making a certain amount of money, I would show people, and he'd be like, you know better than that. I'd be like, man, well, I've never had enough money to show anybody. So
I'm from I still live in the hood, so you know better than that, man. Can't do that. Okay. You make yourself a mark by doing that.
Yeah, then a lot of it is a culture clash too, because I noticed you said you was from the East Coast. If a person is from the Midwest running into the East Coast person, 9 times out of 10 they're going to clash because the culture is different. The East Coast is a little more I don't even know the word, prestigious or uppity or whatever word you want to use. So the way you guys talk comes off abrasive to us from the Midwest a lot of times.
That's fair. No, I get what you mean. He's actually from where I was from, but he actually moved out to the Midwest. I'm sorry about if I wasn't clear about that. I might have skipped that part, but I get what you mean though.
I talk to guys all over the country, right? And the main similarities, they're all trained in the same feminist system. And you see certain words and attitudes pop up. Okay. I said, okay, I know how you were taught. I said, that's not how you think. That's how you're taught to think that way. So I hear it all the time.
These niggas need to go to fucking military school, man. I hate to say that. Like they need to send them to Virginia Military Institute. Because the energy there is just very. I'm like, it's. I don't want to say gay, but it's just very like. It gives me big mama spirit animal vibes.
It's feminist because that's how they train.
Like it just to me, I think back to like 6th grade. Like there was one time I got in trouble with 6th grade. And it really wasn't even my fault. Actually, it was prank calling this white girl, and this kid ended up saying he was gonna like run up in her house or some shit. And I don't know. Long story short, we got in trouble with the cops, and I was like, this kid took the joke too far. And
white boy.
He was actually a black boy, but it was
really? It's unusual.
Yeah, but it was an Italian white girl that I was messing with, like middle school messing with, and then I think
it's a suburban. Okay.
Yeah, it was just suburban kid shit. But anyway,
that makes sense. Okay,
we were at private school, and I remember they pulled us up. They like interrogated. They did the fucking most. If Charles was on here, I think I had put it in the back chat one time at DC, and then but Charles would know. If I told Charles where I went, he's like, okay, that makes sense. That you talk and act this way. If you went there, it's like super cut off, like closed off type of school. So we get suspended, whatever. And I remember I came back to school and I was talking to this one kid, and I was like, yeah, well, it really wasn't my fault. Like I didn't do this shit. Like, and they just kept emphasizing, like, even though it isn't, like, you need to take responsibility. You need to take the responsibility of this. Like, own this. They instilled a lot of these like values that I didn't think of. I got poo-pooed away when I was younger, but I was
because you shouldn't been rolling with him,
Yeah, and I'm just like, yo, these niggas are just not. It's not that I'm trying to say like, I'm better, but it's just more of a like, damn. I think we really were going to 2 different schools. Like the energy there must have been very like.
Yeah.
If you know what's ironic that you say that they think you're gay. They think the way you speak with That's what I said. You said these dudes act like they're gay. They think the opposite. Y'all thinking the same thing about each other. They thinking like, look at how this dude sound. This dude sound like a pussy. That's how they thinking straight out of their mind. Yeah.
And the guys are thinking that he sound like a typical hood nigga. You know what I'm saying?
It's I know they think I am. I honestly I know, but I definitely get that vibe. But I always tell people I'm like, I know how I sound, dude. I'm like, I went to fucking private school for mad long. Like even the slang, I'm like, that's is what it is. But yeah, it's like I've been around gay dudes. I'm like, I've seen niggas who I thought were straight, and I'm like, this man is in the mid. Like I don't know. It's a lot of stuff I see there. I'm like, yeah, you're going not reading between the lines.
That's the only thing they can actually call you, because they know that you're not gay.
I see.
But they've actually started substituting lame for it, because because it's a class difference. And what it is, they don't want you to look down on them, because that's what used to happen. Suburban kid, well-spoken, speaks the King's English, got upper middle class parents, and you come from the hood. They used to look down on hood dudes. So the hood dudes have to have a retaliating point, call you gay or lame.
Yeah. Yeah, so it is. I tell you where I came from, even from I said I grew up in the sticks, which I did. I grew up in the sticks. So I can, and I worked in the field when I was like, not a slave now, but like summer work, you know what I'm saying? Picking, cotton, picking tobacco and stuff like that, seeing the fields and stuff like that. So I grew up doing that. And I tell people where I came from, what I've done, like, and they begin to look at you a little differently until you put that pedigree on them. Like, no, I got my degrees, I got my certain, I do what I do. I do my thing. I'm big in tech. I'm at the cutting edge of a lot of stuff. But yeah, that does come out though from time to time. That class difference of where you are, different things like that comes out.
But when that comes out, just tell them, our President John F. Kennedy used to have to work on a ranch during the summers, because that's where his father sent him.
Yeah. I said I can see everything I got by working on my hands. I ain't got no soft hands. I said, what about you?
I wish I was telling my daughter, I wish I could send my grandson to Louisiana, actually pick cotton for like a couple of months.
It'll toughen him up.
It'll toughen him up. Yeah.
It'll toughen up your mind and your body. Because one thing you find out is it makes you go through as a kid. I remember as a child, I was working and I was cutting lawns. I wasn't getting paid for it at all. But my dad made me go do it. And the lesson I learned is, while I work with my hands, I managed to work through all my emotions and understood, like, okay, well, being angry at certain situations ain't gonna fix things. And I remember really, really being blessed to master my emotions when I was around 11 or 12 years old, because I had to, because they put you through those paces of those things, those getting up early. My dad was a painter for the state. He would get up early. He would paint on the side job. He'll get me and my three brothers up. He'll get us up at 4 a.m. to go out to the site to work, to paint and stuff like that. Now we hated it, but the thing of it is instilled in the state. No matter what happens, son, you always put your hands to work to get what you want. So can't nobody say you can't have nothing, and control yourself, control your emotions. You know what I'm saying? See where you want to be at and then work to get there. But a lot of these young men don't have that. It's a lot of emotion, or how do you feel, or your feels. And every man on this panel knows there's gonna be days you get up, your feelings don't matter. You got work to do. You got to put it in. You got to make it happen. Your feelings don't matter. You set your feelings down the road.
I had one day where I had to get up at 5 a.m, head spinning, vertigo going nuts. I'm talking, this is a work day. I'm talking BGS, like literally. I'm dizzy all the way to the front door. I'm locking the front door. I vomit on the front lawn.
Okay. Yeah.
My nigga, I still got to work 10 minutes early, bro. Still.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's old school.
Yep.
That's old school. If you can walk, you can work.
Yep.
Right.
Only thing I take nowadays is take my health a little more seriously. If I'm feeling a little off, I go to the doctor's office. That's one thing I wish the older school would have done, that they passed on, that I passed on to working brothers myself, and say, make sure you take care of your health too while you're at it. You know what I'm saying? Just don't John Henry your way through it, Just go ahead, take care of yourself right along with your work. And when you take that time off, do what you got to do, but make sure you take care of yourself, because you best believe if you go down, you're going to find out who really for you, who's against you. And you don't want to find out that way. You rather find out through other means versus getting sick and going down for a while.
Yeah.
You don't want to. That's the worst kind of situation, man. You asked out and you didn't even know it. There's a lot of dudes are in that position right now. Like dudes don't know how to really work. Like it's like they overwork, either that or they don't want to do shit at all in front of the boss. It's like I don't know BGS.
I would say most of them don't want to work. I think
Yeah,
most
yeah,
of the kids I see from under 30 right now are like, I'm trying to. I think they're trying to leave flat, man.
they are. They are
I think
trying
they're
to
trying
leave
to leave
flat.
flat. They haven't
They,
even
a lot of,
really.
yeah,
They
a
haven't
lot
even
of them.
started work yet. I'm
I mean,
like, damn, bro. They trying to union. That's why they trying to unionize the Starbucks and everything.
They're
No
that
knock on
socialism.
them. They trying. They trying. I see it. So
Yeah.
I think
Oh
it's
well,
yeah.
part of.
they just came out with a poll. I think it was in Bloomberg Business either yesterday or the day before, where they said that most, I think 40% of the people that resigned during the Great Resignation are regretting their choices.
Damn.
Yeah.
And it's like it's you look at everything that's going on, and of course BGS knows a lot more than I do on this, but I see some of the signs, and I'm just like, man, like I was thinking about doing a career change. I'm planning on exploring options, but JP Morgan Chase just missed they just missed their projected quarterly earnings. And a lot of
Yeah.
these companies are rescinding offers, and at the same time, I think Google just said that for the rest of the year they're freezing hiring. They know
Yeah.
something's coming on. It's like and a lot of
Because
these companies just last night, I think Facebook or Meta just said like 2 weeks ago that their performance reviews are gonna be even more strict. They gotta start chopping heads. And so if you don't
yeah.
want to work, you
So
ask
you know the
out.
TikTok tech kids got to work now.
Go back and look at stagflation in the 70s. That's what you're getting ready to go through.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now, as a corporate man on the inside, one of the biggest IT. I ain't gonna say what it is, but trust me, I'm up there and I'm in there. That's exactly what's happening right now. What's happening is restructurings are happening, quote unquote LRs, quote unquote restructurings. And what's happening is that people who are making a certain amount of money, they're bringing them down in different roles. They're eliminating those roles, creating new roles for them in the company. Now, it's going the service is going to be a pain. So the void of severance, they'll do is they'll break the role down and they'll give them a different roles in the company at a different pay grade. So basically, it's really forcing them to take a 30% pay cut. What it is,
Yeah.
but on the back.
Otherwise, they'll give them an offer sheet and give them the walking papers.
Right. And they like, and that's a good, and it's a skill set you don't want to go because you still need it to keep functioning. Times will be tight. So they say, hey, we'll give you this offer. It's not gonna be as much, but hey, if you stick with us at the end of this, maybe 4 or 5 years, whenever this stagflation in, we can take care of you on the back end when profits start going back up again. And that's the sound exchange in corporate America, right? Hopefully, right? That happens. And that's what happened. A lot of these companies, be it Facebook, be it Google, be it Juniper, be it Cisco, be it whoever, all these big tech companies, that's what's happening. So if you're going to get a skill set, get into security real good and some networking.
Remember all those posts that was saying buckle up?
Yep.
Yeah, I was saying buckle up.
Man, I switched. I'm ready, man. I got my sword.
Y'all wasn't listening.
They were listening. They're just waiting for it to happen. So this is now when I was talking about stagflation, where they're going to actually start cutting jobs. Everybody's saying they weren't. I already knew. I've been through it. I was a teenager, but I've been through this already.
It's literally happening right now because they're bringing in new machines, even at my warehouse. We got 2, 3, 4 new machines.
They got robotic waiters they got robotic waiters. A cousin of mine just sent a video to our group chat. They have robotic waiters at IHOP.
Yeah.
And I made a joke. I was like, this is what happens when you don't pay attention in class. Your low skilled jobs get replaced by robots.
It will definitely will. And that's what
McDonald's with the kiosk. McDonald's with the kiosk. They used to have 10 in the back, but now they only got 2. What the fuck?
The word, I'm sure you probably already heard this, K Ron. Word on the street is a forced reset.
Absolutely it is.
Yeah.
Absolutely it is. That's why you have people taking their crypto if they're in the crypto and putting on their ledger and moving it to the side. You have people putting all their investments where they want to put them. Yeah, you have a lot. You have a lot. People who got money, they're moving it.
Forget the South, man. You need to get your money out the country, man. Fuck the South.
Well,
your shit like Denmark.
The people that are like one thing about crypto is liquid, right? And I'm sure the people that are already in crypto that are liquid, they're probably moving their money to places where they can actually get bond yields that are higher, that are fairly safe. So they're moving their money out of the West and moving it to the continent of Africa or Latin America, someplace where it's kind of out of the way because the West is getting ready to go through some little turmoil right here.
Yeah, right. Go through changes.
It's going to go some big if the current trends keep up. Like I said, if cooler heads don't prevail. If cooler heads don't prevail, we're in for a wild ride.
Yeah,
Go
and
look
people
up
really don't want that.
Wild Ride at Disneyland. Go ahead.
And I've been reading Gold Dollars, and I've been reading a bunch of other stuff too. But
Oh, you
I
read
need to
Gold Dollars and
go.
Power? Yeah, right on.
No, I never. So I'm in school right now, getting my MBA, and then
Mm-hmm.
I've tried to double up on these books. I'm just started Thinking Fast and Slow, and then I've been reading American Psycho the last couple of
Mm-hmm.
days,
Mm-hmm.
just to kind of like mix nonfiction and fiction. But I started Gold Dollars and Power after listening to a few of your streams,
Mm-hmm.
and even though I'm still like in the beginning of the book, it kind of what it seems is happening is that, I remember you mentioned on a few of these streams that the Fed's responsibility is to protect the dollar, and
Right.
then you see, all right, well, the euro and the dollar have reached parity,
Mm-hmm.
have reached competitive parity. In the last week or so, they're both
Mm-hmm.
equal, which is like hasn't been seen since right after 9/11.
Right.
And then so it's starting to make sense that, all right, there is something going on. I don't have enough knowledge to understand it fully, but I know there's something going on to where the dollar will reign supreme, and they're trying, and the euro is starting to crash a little bit, or at least decline in
It's
value.
you probably got to join me. I probably have to do another behind the wall. I think I'll
Okay.
announce it early. We can talk about it then. Really can't. I really don't feel comfortable talking about it in open, on an open a session like this, because
Yeah.
certain groups take offense to it.
BGS, could
But
I add
Yeah.
in?
hold on. But I've actually explained it. I think I explained it in my last behind the wall. If you want to go back to that. In fact, if you go to my Patreon, I think the last 4 videos I actually did kind of explain it.
And I'm a member. I haven't gotten to the last one.
Uh-huh.
I try to a lot of like
If you listen to the one with Michael Hudson and David Goldman, that'll pretty much give you an idea of what's happening. And plus the one I put up with Jack Rasmus. You listen to those two; they pretty much explain what the system's getting ready to go through.
Okay.
What's going on? What's going on,
Hold
man?
on, Jesse. Hold on, Jesse. Somebody else is trying to get in right
Nah,
before you.
I was just he can go in a sec. I was just gonna make the joke. This is us paying for our values.
Okay.
Shout out to Jim. I don't, where I'm getting that
Yeah.
joke from BGS. I
Yeah.
always laugh whenever he says that shit. So
what I'm saying is if my patrons actually go to now they're getting what they're paid for, because if they go to my channel and the stuff that I put up over the last month or so, they're probably ahead of the curve about what's happening, because I kind of put it out. I found, not I've said it, but I found people who actually say it out loud. Okay, that are in positions that So if you go to my Patreon, the last 4 or 5 videos that I actually put up that kind of explain what's getting ready to happen. It hasn't fully happened yet, but it's in process. Go ahead, Jesse.
So yeah, so I caught the probably like the first 30 minutes. I'm just leaving out to see Top Gun.
Okay.
But,
Well,
I
you're a
heard
busy
y'all.
man, Jesse.
Yeah. But I was thinking about this whole thing. So I was actually looking at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce had put out an article with uh some data from the BLS. I
Mm-hmm.
put that in the back chat, and it's showing you like which industries and how which percentage of the job is unfilled. So right now, probably the biggest thing is professional business services, leisure and hospitality industry, and the retail industry.
Mm-hmm.
So, man,
Because they're the
leisure and
lowest.
hospitality is like
Because
40%.
yeah, they're the lowest paid, and a lot of your millennials don't want to work hard for the minimal pay that they're putting out. So they have to increase their pay, or they have to wait till people get desperate. That's what's going to have to happen.
So
And
they,
plus,
they
and plus, what happened? What happened after COVID? He had a lot of people that were boomers. Boomers are older Gen Xers. They're actually close to retirement, and they said, "You know what? Fuck it. Let me take my package and bounce." So he had like 4 or 5 million people just bounced.
how old is the
Right.
oldest
But
Gen Z?
The oldest Gen Z is about 25.
Okay. Well, shit, I don't blame millennials. I mean, I couldn't imagine being in my 30s paying a low ass wage job like that. I
That's what I'm
mean,
saying.
I couldn't
There's
imagine it
dudes.
at my point.
Hold on, Pookie. Go ahead,
Because
Jesse.
like retail, I mean, shit, wages. How long have wages been flat in the U.S.?
Oh
Let's be
man,
real here.
the
A
past
long time.
past 12 years. Yeah.
So it's like, I
I
mean,
mean,
shit, I don't
Damn near
blame
20
millennials.
years.
Like,
well,
you know,
wages dip
okay,
during recessions, but median income has basically been flat since like the
Yeah,
70s.
it hasn't come up with it hasn't well, it's been flat as far as just even pay, but the
Yeah,
inflation keeps going, so you're way
ro-
behind
yeah.
inflation.
Yep.
Go ahead,
exactly.
Pookie. Go ahead,
But
Pookie.
Oh, but what I was just gonna say, there's a bunch of menial dudes that do those kind of jobs all the time, man. This is exactly what I'm talking about. It's like
But it's
they're
not
like,
enough.
oh, we're waiting for them to. It's not enough. We're waiting for them to get desperate. But even when they're working the job, getting a little.
Okay.
Well,
well,
I think what
shit, I
it
would say
comes down
this,
to.
right? The
Go ahead,
strategy.
pragmatic. Go ahead, pragmatic, and then Jesse.
I was going to say it comes down to marginal value. It's based upon what's more. How is your time more valuable? And I think a lot of younger people, their time is more valuable to being on their phones, socializing. That's more valuable than actually working a job.
Yeah.
That's why they try to monetize.
If you can eat, yeah. What happens when you can't eat?
Well, but even then, it's like I mean, it's this weird sense of hope that I can understand women. I can understand women
You
in,
don't
in
have to
America.
nominate.
Hold on, Pookie.
Well,
Hold on, Pookie.
I can understand women having that mindset because the whole damsel in distress mindset, and it's kind of ingrained in that somebody will save them. But then when you see the men and the young boys having that mindset, and I tell my friends all the time, and we kind of all are in the same thought process of like
It's all
nobody's coming to save us.
it's all over the world. It's not just here. It's a
Yeah.
demographic shift. It's all over the world. Okay, but the thing is, they ask when are these people going to come back to work. As long as the government kind of gives them enough to kind of lay flat and not work too hard, they'll
Yeah.
continue to do it. As long as their parents, they can stay in their parents' house or stay in the parents' basement or wherever it is, and they can get by. They'll continue to do it. They've been doing it in Japan for the last 25 years. Okay, they're starting to do it
Yeah,
in China. They're doing it here, doing it in China. The thing is, they'll do it until they can't do it anymore. When
and
they start missing meals, they'll go back to work. But go ahead.
I was just looking at this too in one of my as a final project for my last class. I was trying to correlate credit card spending and wages and stuff. Since like basically since credit cards came on the scene in like the late '60s, credit card spending has. I mean that's how you know that we all know the statistics of median income is around the high 30s, high 30s, low $40,000 range. And then you see people still going on these elaborate trips and spending all this money. And then you look at it, well, it's like, well, that's why American consumers have about $800 billion in credit
Yeah.
card debt. And
That's what we call you a wage slave. You're
Yeah.
working to pay off your debts.
Yeah, but listen, I don't blame millennials. Hell with that, man. And some of it in some industries is working because you're actually starting to see some of these fast food restaurants and Starbucks and people offering slightly higher wages. Now I mean shit, I'm in Houston, man. Everywhere I go is now hiring signs at these damn restaurants. It's like, god damn, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so that's what made me look at this data, because this data from the BLS cited by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah.
This was put out in May of this year,
Yeah.
and it's still this low.
When did I put out the laying flat video? Was it like a year ago?
Yeah, sometimes
Yeah.
probably more than that. I think it was during
I think
the
it was
pandemic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I told you it was coming. The thing is, it's you can see the wave coming. The thing is that you got to have a counter wave. Either they're gonna pay, you had to cut off all the benefits or and risk riots and all that other kind of stuff, or pay these people more.
I think.
Sorry, you got it.
What I was gonna say is because I think, yeah, I don't know. I think the age I'm at, like I said, being that late millennial, early Gen Z cusp. I've seen a lot of shit. I hear people talk about Z's from this very abstract viewpoint, especially the older Z. I think Art New Style kind of gets the older Z's. But he probably wouldn't see this part. I see a lot of them online because a lot of them, they love TikTok and they'll even be on Twitter with this stuff. My theory on them, I think they're like a person that's like the first time at bat trying to swing like for a home run at like Dodger Stadium. And what I mean by that home run of them is the tech jobs. Because what happens on TikTok now, and some of y'all might have seen this, they've got this whole, the tech people have turned into influencers. So, and K-Ron, you might have seen this. Like they'll do these day in life videos. They were doing this on YouTube back in the day, but now it's on TikTok.
The Truman Show.
Exactly. And so they had this one white chick, I think she like worked in Chicago, like LinkedIn. And then she was like, oh, day in the life of me working at LinkedIn. And she didn't do shit. She just like made some frappuccinos, went to 2 meetings.
Yeah.
And
I'm
then
gonna be real with you though. This
say?
this is across generations, because why would you do a hard ass job working 60, 80 hours a week when you could just turn on social media? I mean, look at the lead attorney. Look at all of these baby boomer gangsters that's getting out of jail.
Remember all the extras that wanted to be rappers? Get a quick money.
This is the new rap.
It's a new rap game. That's all it is.
I mean, look at all of these boomers and y'all ever seen these Italian gangsters that's been locked up for like 30 years?
Yeah.
And now they got a big YouTube following, making big money.
Yeah, because they got
everybody, man.
Yeah, everybody.
Or even BGS. I was going to say, remember the movie Boiler Room? Everybody wanted to be an investor. That was the thing. You work for you're selling penny stocks in some abandoned office room, and then hoping that you pass your exam so you can actually be the one to sign off on these investments. But it's also Jay actually bring a good point. I saw that video and of that young woman who was working at LinkedIn, and she started off the video. She said, "Oh, my work day ended at midnight." So I'm thinking she was at the office coding all day or doing something. They were singing show tunes in the office, and she was eating Starbucks and ribeye steak catered lunches, and then she went to happy hour, and then she went to another spot, and it's like you didn't work. You were at
the one ticket in Jira.
Yeah, you were at an adult daycare, and it's Arrested Development, and then also too, just to add on to that, I see those same trends on Instagram. Of these people that are just like VG said, the Truman Show. That's all it is, and it's like they're not doing. It's the same thing over and over again. You're not doing anything. You haven't lived a life. You haven't lived a life. You haven't had any experiences. And now all of a sudden you're a life coach. Who are you coaching?
I don't know nothing about no life coaches now. That's more like a Gen X, late millennial thing. I really don't see no life coaching thing. I just see people sharing their lives, and it's really just entertainment when you think about it. Some of it is edutainment, where they're educating and entertaining, but a lot of it is just like my niece is a Gen Z, right? And she's what, 23. She sits up on YouTube and watch people eat food.
Yeah.
Mukbang.
Mukbang. Yeah.
I'm like, how the hell? But hey, the people that she watch, they probably making like $1 million a year. So if you can make $1 million a year with somebody watching you eat, shit.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you become a mumble rapper, same thing. Right?
It's like kids. It's like little kids that watch other kids open up toys. Now, I'm 32. I had a decent childhood, but at the same time, I didn't get everything I wanted for Christmas. But best believe I wasn't about to sit at somebody else's house and watch them open up better gifts than what I got. That's just crazy.
A different generation.
Plus,
you got people all over the planet looking at you.
Yeah, because they did a study talking about when kids see other kids open gifts and stuff, right? Open it has the same dopamine and serotonin effect in the brain as if they're opening it, right? So you have it seems odd, but it's the way it is, and it really reminds you of the show. What's that name? That movie came out years ago. Had Owen Wilson, Terry Crews, and them, and basically about a dystopian future. A guy, he fell into a vat and woke up.
Island.
No, it's a movie. It's I forgot the name. It's I don't know if I can think of the name of it, but essentially it's like, that's what we live in now. TikTok is a real version. All these social media apps are versions of that, where basically you can find a television show that shows whatever it is you want to see, right? And that's what it's all these like a day in the life of it is. Well, whatever it is you want to see. You want to see paint dry? Cool. See a person do nails? Cool. See a person dissect the frog? Cool. See a person
pop pimples. Okay.
Yeah. Right. You know what I'm saying? It's something for everything. And like you get to the point, like, this doesn't make any sense. It's like anything the brain can just veg out on, And it's wild. And what happens is when it comes time to really put in work, some people are like, it's interesting, it's odd. It's like, yo, all you got to do is learn this specific type of thing, right? Or in tech, for example, right? A lot of people, I want to get a tech job, but the moment you tell them you got to read this book and do this research and lab this up, oh my God, it's too difficult. I'm like, you have no idea how simple it is. You just have to go through the hurdle of reading the first book. You know, you have some people talking about, oh, this is a job in tech. Yeah, but do you know how to do it? Do you know basic networking? Even coding. And some people, is coding too difficult? Okay, learn basic networking. Learn basic networking and then build from there. Because believe it or not, all the builds off networking anyway. So how that goes, okay? You know, learn the aspect of it. Oh, it's too hard. You got to apply yourself if you want to get something.
I see the same thing. I see the same because BGS, you know, I do UX, like product design.
There is Idiocracy. That's a movie. Yeah.
I saw there was this black chick on Twitter. There's a black woman I follow, relatively cool with her. And she was actually reviewing junior UX portfolios. I think she was telling them like, okay, you don't know this tool. Like, a lot of them like didn't know. They were, I guess, going through the Google UX course, and they didn't know how to use like a lot of like the developer handoff tools. I think she was even suggesting some of them.
Did you have big tits?
I don't know. Maybe she's just dark skinned. I don't know.
Oh, in other words, I think I know who you talked about. But if she looked, she's about a 7 and she got tits, people will actually watch her.
I think we might be. I can send it to you. I can send it to you via Patreon.
I think
she might be more your type. She's not my type. I just be like whatever, shorty. But she just I am color struck. I'm gonna be real. So
you know what?
So here to talk about a porn star. You're talking about a 7.
Let me see. Because I was actually, even though I'm older now, I found a chick. She was a African dating site, and I said if I had a chance to get one, this would be my speed. If I can,
but
let me show it to you.
But just to finish real quick on Chiron, I see it all the time. Like and that was what I was saying about the TikTok stuff. Oh, okay,
all right.
Yeah, that's me.
You like the crop cut?
Huh?
Like
the body. She can have any kind of hair. The long legs, long arms.
Was she Nigerian?
I think she's Ghanaian, but I think she's
West
like,
African.
Yeah, I think she's like 5'9".
Her ass from Cameroon.
Yeah, she got a nice little bubble, little waist. Yeah, that's me.
Do you ever mess with the Ethiopian women out there?
You know what? The good looking ones, in LA, like white guys. I like their.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. Yeah, yeah. Very very seldom we see Ethiopian women actually mess with ADOS black guys.
They think I'm Ethiopian all the time, so they'll come.
Oh, that's probably why. Because
they talk to me, and then I say some shit in another language. They be like, I can't.
Yeah, they can't. They go the other way. Oh, you.
Yeah, it happened to me in Seattle. She was like hyped, and then I think she started a piece like, wait, he not in this group. I was just like, nah.
What did I just tell you?
She was talking to me about moving to DC. I was like, I'm not interested in going to DC, dog. I was like, okay.
But you found out you're ADOS. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I was like, interesting.
You were just saying, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Then you say, yeah, okay.
She acted very brand new. I was like, well, but
because they're actually mixed, because they have a bunch of mixes in them in Ethiopia.
Yeah,
so,
they
beautiful women though.
Yeah. But I was gonna say
Ethiopians are always lighter.
Wait, what'd you say?
So what?
I said Ethiopian. Even my Ethiopian homies, they're always lighter. Like even the ones fresh from the country and stuff, like from the continent, they always like lighter, kind of like dark caramel kind of complexion, like salt caramel.
Yeah, they're mixed because they're mixed with like white, Arab, and African, so they're mixed. It's just like them in Brazil are considered to be the most beautiful women in the world, and they act like it too.
But I just want to finish with the point I was making about they'll learn the tech shit. Like they'll do they'll start it. They'll do the UX course. Like there was a Dominican chick on YouTube, and she was trying though. She was like 87. I think she's like 87 type of chick. She's a Bronx Latin, like Dominican chick, and she did the UX course, and she was struggling after she did the course, and she was like, "Yo, like this doesn't really translate into the job." So my point is, I'm seeing a lot of these kids. I'm pretty convinced, like the kids who are like 22 up to like 27, which I know people are like, that's not technically not all Gen Z. To me, they're pretty much Gen Z kids. We talk to them, myself included. I'm just be real.
Okay,
they're like trying to they're trying to do some like voodoo magic six-figure tech. Because some chick was like asking, like, your first UX job, do they always start you off at 6 figures? That's what I want. I'm like, no, nigga, like they're not gonna pay
That's
you
not
6
how that
figures.
goes.
And in other words, somebody told him you can
That's what they,
I remember up to, okay,
You
or,
know
or, start,
why?
or
You know why
starting
she
at.
asked you that?
no, I don't. I looked at her
The
like,
reason why she asked you that is because everybody that is selling a course to get into
Mm-hmm.
tech,
is
their
pitching that shit.
headline is join this course, get a 6-figure job in tech. Join
Don't they
this
all
course,
realize it's gonna push
get
the fucking
$100
salary down?
plus
Like,
It will.
$100 plus salary in tech. So every course, pretty much every course, because I see them all the time as far as like Facebook ads, Google ads, Twitter ads, and like
who are
stuff
these
like
people
that.
selling the course? Are they like companies or
Well, so
Everybody.
So there was
yeah,
there was an
it's
article.
Online, everybody.
man.
There
Look,
was an article
you
the
got
other.
companies, you got individual
Yeah.
people, you have certain businesses that are
So
like
there's a new
education businesses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
there's a
you got to
new
know about
market.
Take
the
your pick, but they
Yeah.
all do the same thing. It
yeah.
always start 100,000 plus. Like they're basically saying that you're gonna start at least 100,000
they
with
really
your
believe
first tech job.
that's not
Well,
unless
there's
you live in
a so
San
there's a
Francisco,
new
it's not
Oh,
possible.
there's
one
a
at a
new
time.
market.
Yeah, hold
There's
up.
a
One
new
at a time.
market out. There was an article recently that said that a lot of these. So basically, now what these universities are doing is they're hiring education companies to
Mm-hmm.
create courses for them. So I think Harvard kind of started that model a couple years ago with like edX.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think a lot of other schools are starting to do that. So what's happening is that a school might offer like a UX certificate, and you think that you're getting a UX certificate from Stanford, but then you're getting it from some type of like for-profit,
Mm-hmm.
education company. It's kind of like a replacement for the for-profit
Yeah, one
universities that got shut down.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
yeah,
it's
the other good source y'all can use too. Like one, this guy named Kevin Wallace is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
If you can look at networking, right? I would tell people like it all depends what path, right? Because you gotta look at people that, oh, I want to learn coding. Okay, well, what platform are you gonna go off of, right? Me, I
Yeah.
know Python, right? That's one because I'm in networking, so Python is the way to go, right? But knowing the courses, these people you see, get a job making, 100K out the gate. That usually ain't gonna happen for a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The most you may get out the gate is gonna be 60, 70, depending on where you at or
And
what
that's
vendor
damn
you work
good.
for.
That's
Right.
damn
You know
good.
what I'm saying?
Coming out the
You
gate.
have, yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? So you have people like, if I was on the call, if you look at networking, you have the Juniper, Palo Alto, Cisco, must a
Yeah.
couple others, Aruba, go look at those companies and look at their certification track. And a
Right.
way to get in is find that certification track and then network. Like
Yeah.
find somebody in LinkedIn in that company and then network with them because you
Yeah, you
don't
got to do.
go out and apply.
I always tell kids, man, if nothing else, man, go to your community college and sign up.
Yeah,
Start there.
yeah, yeah, and this network, this if
Yeah.
people see your name enough in LinkedIn, if people see your name enough and they see you come across,
Yeah.
they'll bring you in. And what you want is that first initial interview. You might not get it, but what happens is you know what they're asking for. So on your next follow-up one, you'll get one. Now,
Mm-hmm.
granted, in the times we're going into, it's gonna be a little tight to get one. So that's where your networking comes into place. If you got somebody who can
Yep.
vouch for you
Yeah.
or know somebody,
Yeah.
use it.
LinkedIn, join. Go where all the techies are. Join user groups.
The
Okay.
meetups were helpful as fuck. That's how I got
Meetups.
my
Yeah.
first job.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Back in the day
Yeah.
when this shit was first starting, that's the way you knew network. You went to users groups and meetups, and you do
yeah.
that over a
Yeah.
period of years. You know everybody. Yeah. Go ahead.
if, if I wasn't involved in those STEM programs, I wouldn't even had a concept of what any of these STEM meetings are talking about. But the fact that they made us get dressed up and stuff like that, and it was like an organized it was an organized event. Like we
Yeah.
actually had people coming down from higher levels of STEM talking to us and
Yeah.
networking stuff. And that stuff is
It,
so pivotal,
it,
man. Like even with these phones, man,
it,
like
it,
it's got to
it
get
used
beyond
it used to be when it was kind of still kind of niche. Used to be really easy. You interview your computer magazines, right? Go to the back. They're
Mhm.
advertised. User group here. User group there. User group there. Used to be a lot easier. Now it's a little bit harder to find. But the thing is to have more of them online. Your coding camps, um, your projects. You got projects to you can actually code on. A lot of ways that you get
that.
experience and actually get your feet wet and get your name out there.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the thing with you like new industries. If you could get in like the first 20, 30 years, you could make some real good ass money. But the problem is, like all industries, the more people you get in that market, the more that salary is going to start coming down.
Yeah, yeah,
And so shit, by the time the alphas come out, they're probably going to be making like
yeah.
70, 80, 90
Yeah.
average. But are
I
y'all
mean,
familiar with Black Heights?
Black Heights, no. I'm not. I'm
Okay,
Mm.
not.
so that's a
I mean,
black YouTuber, black male YouTuber.
Okay.
He does a lot of videos on all things tech. So everything from tech sales to like security, and he also interviews people that are in the fields and stuff like that. But
Hmm.
it's still a lot of good money to be made in the tech industry
Yeah.
at this point because he was going through some damn sales tech jobs, and I was
Mm.
like, shit, I don't
Well,
know.
Yeah.
you got
yeah, even sales.
you got to sell the product. There's
Right.
no good if you don't sell the product, and most
Yeah.
techies
Hint,
don't know how to sell.
So what I was
hint,
saying was
hint.
what he was
Hmm.
showing, like they had shit like, and this were averages for like different companies,
Hmm.
like 250 a year, 350 a year,
Yeah. If you,
450 a
yeah.
year.
Mhm.
And you talk about those executive positions was even crazy. I was like, God damn,
Well,
okay.
Oh yeah,
that's not including the bonuses and stock options.
Right,
If
Yeah,
right.
because
you
it's
if
you'd be
specialized.
surprised.
you get that far. Hmm.
It becomes so specialized that those executive positions that there's a fucking handful of people that can do it. So if they're trying to play you on your money or talk about your productivity, they better have something really to
It,
stick on it because
is
if they get rid of you,
all this open source software where the stuff where the source is open and they need coders to actually come in
yeah,
and bug fix and shit like that. You can get experience. The thing is, most people are not self starters. So I tell them go to your
Hmm.
community college first because you're not going to be able to start by
oh yeah.
yourself. If that was the case, you'd been done it already. And start with community college first. Take a few classes, get your feel of it, make sure this is what you want to do, and then start getting your certificates.
But I
Yeah,
And
also
I think,
wonder.
be honest, I
one
think a
time.
lot of people would do it. A lot of people would have that would do a lot of people good service if they took a few macroeconomics courses and some coding courses from JC because to be honest, it's free now. It's federally free. Biden just
It
made it free. So,
it is
yeah,
free. The thing is, every I don't think that there's one community college that doesn't have a some kind of IT, some kind of
Computer lab.
language course. Start there.
They all do.
But
They
Yeah,
all
but
because
do.
most
mm,
people are 90% of people are not self-starters. If you never coded before, go someplace that can actually walk you through it by the along the way to learn. Code camp is actually compressed, right? Trying to get you out as fast as possible
Mhm.
and take your money. Go where it's free first or near free first, and get your feet wet, and then come out. And then start going to code camps. Don't spend your money first. You know,
Mhm.
do it free first. Go ahead.
I was just gonna
Somebody's trying to
say,
get in. Go ahead.
yeah, as far as like the tech thing, it's a couple of things. I don't want to make this into a tech conversation, but I brought that up because I think that's number one interesting when I always see these kids talk about the kids in my age bracket. They're like
Hmm.
tech, work from home, you work remote, work from home, tech, and I'm
Hmm.
like, bro, they never trained our generation in trade. Like I actually learned how to do woodworking when I was in high school. I learned how to do
Hmm.
metalworking when I was in high school. I'm like, there's money in that because there's not that many. I've actually college classmates who work in furniture and woodworking and metal because they were like, yeah, there's old dudes that work here. I was the only young person to come, so they were just like, fuck it, like
right.
this is awesome to
Uh,
us.
I'm
Not
doing
gonna
that
say
now. Doing that
trade, but
now.
I
yeah,
just think that's something that people I think a lot of people want to talk about tech stuff, but
because
I think they go in with two things. They go focus on base conversation. I'm like number one, alliance places, Google, Microsoft are end up companies. I'm copying the John Maida model. They're end ups. A lot
yeah.
of people work at startups. You're not going to a startup. You're not going to Celsius, even though Celsius went bankrupt this week. You're not going to a Celsius or a BlockFi
Hmm.
for total compensation or base compensation is the only thing. You're going there for equity. You're going there for when that shit gets public or when that shit gets the merge and acquisition. There's
Yeah.
some type of cash out there. So I'm saying that because I don't think a lot of people get the game in the long run. They see I can
Yeah.
make X amount of money in tech, and I'm like, bro, it's bigger
Yeah,
than
you're apprenticing yourself because you're just starting. You really don't start making money in tech to what, fifth, sixth year?
yeah. I mean, what I'm saying is that I find it interesting. That's
It's not.
true, but I'm
It's
saying
not. It's not. It's not drug money. Okay.
yeah, but what I'm saying is I don't think those people get the game. Like they don't understand it in like your second year. Like you could make 120, but people aren't working at people didn't go to Square when Square or Twitter went back when it was a small thing because
Right.
they were like, I'm making 150,000 a year. They were there because they knew, okay, if I get in the ground floor, I
Right.
negotiate a good equity package. Like I don't think people are really having I could be wrong, but I don't think a lot of people are having these conversations with these younger, especially young black kids I see on TikTok about the not like
Nah.
the total compensation, not just
Yeah.
the your bi-weekly check, but like what
Most
about the
most
A,
most
total?
people don't. Most
a
black
lot.
people don't. Go ahead,
Yeah.
English.
A lot of cats, man, started back in the day for free because they want to learn the skills. They were apprenticing. You need some place to learn.
Yeah,
But it's hard now
most
because
black
they're
people
selling
not
on something
no,
else.
most black people not thinking on that level. Like even working, I mean, I know some people that'll work for startups and stuff like that. But most black people thinking working for like a Big 10 company, making a nice salary, great benefits. But most people not thinking, oh well, let me take a job for 40,000 at this startup, and maybe I get a nice equity package. Get some stock options and stuff like that. No, that's not
Most
what's
of these
going on
people
here.
barely got through intermediate algebra. Okay.
Wait, what
Yeah.
people? You talking about the kids? Or?
Trying. I think I'm going to go to the code camp and get into tech. Okay.
Yeah, in a way, it's having I had a very unconventional way of getting in tech. I did, but one of the ways you work on coding, people think it's like you can sit there do it like twice a week and know it. Coding, you got to practice it. You got to do at least 30 minutes a day every day for like at least 6 months. And by the end of that 6 months, just a little bit of coding, you'll be fairly proficient in whatever coding language you're using. Unless you're going for a very advanced one. But
You got
even with
you got to bang some hours, man. 30 minutes a day is
yeah,
fine, but you got to bang some hours.
oh, you just get proficient. Like some people, if they're already, if I'm, you should be determined if interested in it by that time, right? But like, I mean, especially if you're going like certain Cisco certs and stuff like CCNP, CCIE, that's not coding. There's coding in it now, right? But
Mm-hmm.
that takes you about a year to get your CCIE or just straight banging it out like 2 hours a day.
That's about right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It takes you a while, but
Yeah.
yeah, I have two NPs, so yeah, you got to put in the work to get them. But
Yeah.
one thing about it is, even startups are a good way to get into, but some people underestimate like local entities, right? A local hospital, different things like that. You ain't got to always go for like the big ones. Like, they're right; those are end ups. The big ones like Facebook, Google, companies like that, right? But some
Mm-hmm.
people also think of vendors. You have CDW, you know what I'm saying? You have vendors that sell the tech too, like
Mm-hmm.
Trace3, other things like that you can look
Yeah.
into, right? Once you really get on LinkedIn and you see the spaces like,
Mm-hmm.
you really see where you can go, and it's just not solely knowing the tech now.
And then to go. Sometimes you have to do the old fashioned way. Go to job fairs and trade fairs, man.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Industry
Walk into
events.
go industry events. Just walk in and basically start collecting cards and shaking hands.
Yeah.
Well, South by Southwest, man. Go there and meet these people.
And I can
Yeah.
tell you that probably the easiest ways to get into tech, like the easiest areas in tech to get into, because I researched this stuff, right? When I was
Hmm.
into marketing, I was thinking about, I
Hmm.
was already doing marketing for 10 plus years. I already been in sales for 10 plus years. So I was thinking about like, if I want to get into that industry. So
Hmm.
you can get into it's easier, it's not easy, but it's easier to get into tech sales, to get in like something like project management, right? Being a project
Hmm.
manager, or get into like what they call Scrum, right?
Hmm.
As well as customer service, the customer service route. I mean, you're not
Hmm.
going to make as much money. You may not make 100,000, 150,000, but hey,
Man,
you'll make you'll make
if you
70, 80, 90.
Yeah.
if your top pay scale is 12 to 15, if you make 50,
Yeah.
that's good.
Oh
If
yeah.
first year out, first couple years out, you're making 50, that's all right. Okay.
Listen,
Yeah.
listen.
But
So
See that? That's more than all right. That's more than average.
John F. Kennedy's father, when they
hmm
adjusted it for inflation,
hmm
this dude out of Harvard was making $60,000 a year.
hmm
What would be equivalent to 60,000 now, with adjusted for inflation. So, if a damn Ivy League graduate of damn mayor of Boston could deal with $60,000, then you niggas from Ingle
hmm
and Crenshaw and motherfucking Nightwall, nigga, you the 60, 50 or 60,000 is all right
hmm
for you. Goddamn it! I mean, you got black people what 41% of black people, the household make 40,000. So like
Mm-hmm.
20 amongst couples. The one
Mm-hmm.
makes 20, the other makes
Yeah.
20.
Yeah.
Unless
That's
you
what,
living in like
that's why I tell parents, man, make sure they get get their STEM down when they're in school, right? If they can get them through trig in high school, okay, they can pretty much when they get into college or the junior college, they can pretty much do anything. Okay, whether it's trades, whether it's STEM, whether it's the medical field, they can pretty much do anything. The thing is, you got
Yeah.
to get the STEM in them early.
Yep.
Don't wait to their senior actually make them take a intermediate algebra. Okay.
And also too, also be just one thing I do with mine is I have mine doing that. But also work on the people skills and presentation, right? Because
Hmm.
one of the unique things in tech that people tend to forget is the capability to present and talk to people
Yeah.
and break the tech down like at 5 years old. You have very brilliant people who are great
Hmm.
on the technical side, but have horrible people skills and horrible relation skills. You
It's
know.
6 months, 6 months, 6 months at a call center. That's all you
Yeah.
need.
Yeah.
6 months
So
at
And
a call.
so
and that
that's go ahead.
that's how you kind of slide into that sales
Yeah.
side of things, because then you know how
You
to
know.
talk to the tech.
Yeah.
So
Basically, pickup, sales, and all that kind of stuff, all the same. It's all interpersonal people skills and being able to take rejection. Right.
mhm.
6 months at the call center. You have to do a whole lot. Here, sit here, go work for the at minimum wage at this call center where you have to do what 100 calls a day. You get used to it.
Yeah.
You get
Yeah,
used to it.
they had an article that came out today actually from I think CNBC Money or something
Hmm.
like that, and it was
Hmm.
basically it was saying the you know those companies are increasingly looking for more soft skills, and they
Hmm.
kind of outlined the 8 soft skills, and they actually showed
Hmm.
uh, in the research that they did how many job listings have these keywords looking for these particular soft skills.
Hmm.
So yeah, like if you're, I would say honestly, if you're like a coder or something like that, you're
Hmm.
probably not going to need it as much. But pretty much everything else in those tech companies, because
Yeah.
you got to realize the
One,
coding
one
part
day,
is only one part.
one day, Jesse and Ed will one of these courses together because they're good at it. That's what they do.
Yeah,
And basically, the best way to learn anything is repetitive, right? Put
yep.
them in a seat, put them on a phone. You got to make this amount of calls to people that you don't fucking know, and encourage them to actually buy something. You'll get used to it. And so by the time you finish that 6 months, you'll have soft skills.
Say
You got to sit there and do it every day.
probably the
Mhm.
first 20 to 50 calls, maybe 100 if you like really have low social skills. Probably gonna crap your pants. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Mhm. Yeah.
Not necessarily. I'm saying for the guys that's way on the like no soft skill spectrum, but like we just say, repetition. The more you
Mhm.
do it, the more comfortable you're gonna get.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And you may not be the best salesman in the world, but the thing is, you won't be afraid to actually shake somebody's hand and talk to them after that.
Right. And then too, and a lot of these big companies, people don't realize that sometimes the sales motion isn't always, cold calling. Sometimes the
Hmm.
sales motion is you already have like established partners, right, who will
Yeah.
actually do the groundwork for you, and your job is to come in and then
Yeah.
sell the story and sell the product. And
Yeah.
that's when you gotta have that technical skill to speak
Yeah.
to, hey, this is the product, this is what it does. And
Yeah.
that's where that explain to them like they're five comes in handy. But that's
Yeah.
why it's really needed because sometimes
Yeah.
companies will have a big deal on the hook, but they'll lose it because the people who's supposed to explain it don't have them skills to really explain it well.
The hardest thing to do is call somebody cold that you don't know and try to get
Hmm.
them to buy something.
Mhm.
Yep.
That's why you see that's called going through the fire. But the
So
thing is, you come out on the other side. But
Yep.
we actually go like 10 more minutes and kind of close it up.
I just want to add in. I think I brought up all that to say I really hope,
Charles,
and
you
that's
ain't getting no link this late, man.
I hope people. I hope maybe I don't want to say I hope, but I think maybe after this whole stagflation, I don't know, some of the financial analysts on fault lines say low-key depression. Maybe people in the younger age bracket will accept that like there's more steps than just it's more
Br-
steps to getting a six-figure job than just
bruh, bruh, depression would be nice compared to what could happen in this month. In
that's
this month,
fair.
But
That's
go ahead.
fair. But
Finish
I'm
your
just saying, I see too much on the internet where they're just like, it's just it's not like you sign up, you go work there, and they're gonna pay you $130, and you're gonna have LaCroix drinks in the cafeteria, and it's just
but they said I could have a six-figure job out of high school.
it's weird. It's just weird to me, and I'm like, bro, you don't. It took me a while to really even get comfortable with doing like UX.
But somebody got a six-figure job out of high school. How come I can't have it?
It's a. I worry about the kids in my age bracket. Like I do. I genuinely do sometimes. I do have a question, BGS.
Yes, sir.
Get on my mind. What do you see happening when millennials are the ones like running government? I'm talking like presidential. They're the old niggas in the Congress and Senate. Like I don't think they can handle
I
it.
actually played this, but there's two type of millennials, right? And he said this. You had the one that ain't worth shit. Okay, they'll tell you they ain't worth shit. I'm not gonna do nothing. I'm not gonna try anything. You got those that are actually on fire. Those are small percentage. Those are probably be the ones that actually run the government. The ones that are actually on fire. Because there's two types. That's what I'm hearing. There's two. In fact, I'll actually replay it.
I
Dave
remember
Ramsey.
Dave Ramsey actually said.
I remember this.
Yeah.
I just look at that demographic.
But he's right. So the ones that are actually on fire will run the rest of the ones that aren't.
But what about the ones who are all like, the ones who kind of seem like in Lindy's words went to college and it was finishing school for them to get kind of worked out.
I said, Charles, I got 5 more minutes. You're not gonna get a fucking link, okay? You pulled up too motherfucking late. You're not gonna get a link. Go ahead and start your stream and post your link for your stream, but you're not gonna get a link because I'm getting ready to close up. I'm not.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, shit, man. You like BJ say, yeah, I'm a millennial. You got some millennials that's getting it in, man. You got some millennials that's getting it in. I'm one of them. Shit.
Yeah,
I run a digital marketing agency.
What did Dave Ramsey say? 70% of them ain't worth shit. That's what he said. But the 30% that are, they're on fire. So there's two different types.
So it's like we don't really have a mediocre, like average middle area.
It's like either you're overachieving or underachieving.
It's like 70% are underachieving, but the 30% that are achieving, them motherfuckers could go toe to toe with anybody.
Yeah, they can. That's what he said. I agree with him. That's what I'm noticing. The 30% can go to toe with the best, but the other 70%, they said those are the laying flat kind of people. I'm on my phone. I'm not gonna do shit, but I want to get paid.
Okay, all right.
What about the Z's?
The Z's
is it a high
percentage? The Z's, and what I'm noticing is if you can get them interested, they'll do it. But if you can't, because they're so indifferent, Z's are really indifferent. It's like, if I like it, I'll do it. If I don't, guess what? I'm not gonna do shit.
So what I notice about Z's, my youngest brother is a Z, and I have a bunch of nieces and nephews is Z. So the difference between, like, I know, like, me and my crew when we was millennials, like, if we needed to work, we would find another job before we quit. And like Z's, those motherfuckers, like, if you piss their ass off, they out.
They just won't show up the next day, huh?
Like, we gone, motherfucker. Like,
I used to tell my employers that all the time. They would do weird shit. I'm like, bro, like the people like my age and younger, they're not gonna sit up here and like grovel with y'all and kind of like work this out. They'll just not show up. Because I remember
they don't give a damn.
Why don't you just quit the job?
Or they'll smoke weed and fail the drug test.
Yeah, a lot of the kids I know, they would. I remember there was one kid. I don't know what he did when he graduated, but he quit after he like told his told his boss that he was dumb or something. He got in some argument about something. He was just, I was like, did you like tell him you quit? He's like, no, I just stopped showing up. He was like,
what about Gen X? They call old niggas that don't want to be old niggas. That's what Gen X is.
So like I noticed with the millennials, like we have a pattern. We'll work at a job for like 2 to 4 years.
Look at Prince County. Yeah, I did that with my last job, to be honest. Yep.
Look, millennials will work a job 2 to 4 years, and we'll go to another job that's gonna pay a little bit more. And that's like our pattern. We ain't gonna just get pissed off with the boss. We're like, man, fuck this job. But Z's, like, they get pissed off. Man, fuck this job. Go back to with their parents. Dip. My youngest brother is a Z. So this motherfucker had more jobs his senior in high school than I had like the first 5 to 10 years of my life.
Yeah,
Oh
they tend to
man.
quit too easy. I mean, there's nothing wrong. Like, yeah, if you want to have a job that's functional, but like they ain't even old enough to know what a dysfunctional workplace really look
They're
like.
not. They figure they're never going to retire, so they're not going to worry about it. They're going to work till they drop. So
Damn, you
why?
think it's like that,
Yeah.
BGS?
That's what they figured. Disease.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
not
funny to me.
retiring.
We're not
I'm
gonna.
gonna
I
be
mean, you see what they're already doing it with the pension funds and stuff like that. So
you know
they're
what?
already.
The great reset's going to happen maybe earlier than we thought, and they're going to have to offer you a deal.
Is it going to be the Klaus Schwab Great Reset or a
Yeah, it
hard?
doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it, does it?
That's
It doesn't
sad.
look like it.
He
But
tried.
we'll see. We'll see.
I don't know what millennials gonna do because I don't really know any millennials as low wage workers. Like all my circle is professionals, business people,
La di da,
military.
you classist motherfucker. Well, go ahead.
Oh man, I've been told you that. I was like,
you classist son of a bitch. Go ahead. You 92 octane motherfucker. Go ahead, Jesse.
I was like, shit. I don't know who more elitist, me or Kevin Sanders.
See, I'm a millennial that describes me to the T. Yeah.
Wait, Jesse, did you go to LSU? Are you an LSU alum?
Nah. I was more. So I come from a workers class family, and I was
Okay.
scrappy with it. So initially, I was actually supposed to go to Tulane University.
Okay.
You heard of Tulane?
Yeah,
Tulane,
I know Tulane. Yeah.
Yeah. So my first career path was gonna be Southern University, be music, the music route, and
Did
my
you go
second.
Southern all the way up to northern Louisiana?
No, it's only an hour away.
Okay.
It's in Baton Rouge. It's only an
Oh,
hour
Baton
from
Rouge.
New Orleans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shit, they got a damn alert going off. Hold on. Okay, my bad. They had a damn Amber Alert going off. But yeah, so I was gonna go to Southern for music. Then I was going to Tulane. I was gonna go. I was
Trade
gonna
medicine.
go business,
Oh, okay.
and then I was gonna go either law or MBA.
That
But
Tulane?
Tulane kind of expensive though.
yeah, well they have one of the like top
Medical schools.
law programs, medical
Yeah.
school, and business. Like they're like MBA program is probably like top 100 or something like that. But I was like, man, I was just like, hell with it, man. I'm about to be an entrepreneur, man. I started throwing parties, started making a lot of money doing that. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and drop. I mean, because my logic was, if I graduate business school and get an MBA and shit, unless I go the executive route, like if I just do like, management at like retail stores or something like that, I'm gonna be making this same amount of money anyway. So
All
what
right.
the hell I'm still in school for?
Yeah. All right, y'all. Closing thoughts. Gonna get ready to bounce.
Yeah, it's that's what somebody said in the chat that they're selling resumes and certs and stuff and on sites. Yeah, they sell certs, but let me tell you something. Ain't nothing like knowing it for yourself. When you step in that room, you know what you're talking about. You command whatever you want to command.
Yep.
That's what I learned real quick. I didn't have like I said traditional route. I went to culinary school, as a matter of fact, right out of high school. Then I went ahead and did the military. Then I got into tech afterwards. So I wore many hats. You know what I'm saying? So I've walked the travel journey to get where I'm at. But yeah, I tell brothers, networking is key. Know people, rebels with people, and then don't be too proud to pick something low level to get that experience, then move on up the ladder.
That's the old fashioned way. Yeah.
Yeah, because you'll end up really in places you wouldn't think. You know what I'm saying? Making that kind of money. Being in that place. Where I'm making how much money? Where you get them checks where you're like, yo, the teller will call the police on you when you go to cash that check. Now, by that time, you should be direct deposit. Point blank period. But by that time you're getting those 30-40K deposits, you should have direct deposit on me. But yeah, that's how you get there, man. You just keep grinding it. Take us away,
and then you can even contract out your work.
Yeah, that's what you get. A lot of people want to go in business for themselves. Ain't nothing wrong with getting one of these big companies. Build your bank up, build your reputation up, and then especially if you're a vet, you get a lot of avenues you can take as a vet, and then dip out, have your own contract, get government contracts. See, a lot of ways to do different things. But yeah, fellas, don't be afraid to pick something small that's like 50, 60K and build up from there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anybody
man.
else?
Those
Uh,
so look,
yeah,
my fellow millennials and
uh-huh.
those young Gen Z, make those bastards pay you your money, goddamn it. That's right. Keep doing this lying flat shit.
Y'all ain't shit.
Make them
Shit.
pay you your money. Cause if I was y'all, I wouldn't be paying. I wouldn't be working for no $12 an hour either. Goddamn.
Yeah, I agree. I can't blame them.
Anybody else with closing thoughts?
BGS, when are you
I,
when's the next Patreon stream? You know, we've been waiting.
Like,
I know you did one late, but it was late as
yeah,
hell for the East Coast niggas.
yeah, I
So
know. It's just impromptu. It's Thursday, maybe Saturday. I don't know.
if you
okay.
could, I know he would never come. I would love to see you talk to what's his name? Jamal. He has an odd name. If you ever could
Jamal
talk to
Thomas.
him, okay.
I'll reach out to him and see what's up.
He's
But
I don't know if y'all would click like that, but he seems a
uh,
little
we might. There's something. He likes to go back and forth, so it probably wouldn't
yeah.
be a big deal.
Yeah. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah,
Anybody?
I was just gonna say, thanks for
Uh,
having me up, BGS. K-Ron is absolutely right as far as network. I had to step away real quick, so that's why I didn't hear some
okay.
of the conversation at the end. But I would also say, just to add on to what K-Ron was saying with the networking part, join some of these organizations. They have conferences, they have job fairs, and I would also say too is just stay curious. I noticed that curiosity it's not started to, but has decreased since social media has been introduced. People aren't curious in learning new things. They're not curious in reading different subjects. They kind of just follow the wave and they're not able to think for
Yeah.
themselves. So
Yeah.
that,
They follow the pattern of the wind,
yep,
because they got no
and that
place else to go. That's what they do.
yeah,
Yeah.
and that curiosity leads to innovation, and it also leads to new hobbies. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Boot camps, paint by the numbers. Yeah, we used to call them script kiddies back in the day. You got a lot of script kiddies
Can't
out there.
blame.
Go ahead,
I mean,
Puka. Closing thought.
I can't. Well, yeah, this is my closing, and I can't blame all these guys necessarily, walking out and stuff like that. Because I mean, this pay is ridiculous. BBS,
Mm-hmm.
and and the other thing is, I don't know why everybody just thinks they can just walk into this six-figure job, man. It's just gonna be smooth sailing. I hope a lot of these dudes figure out something to do because once these interest rates drop, I don't know if you heard they're talking about the inflation was going to increase by 18%. They was talking about in the next it was either that 18 or like to 25% in the next 18 months,
Mm-hmm.
something like
Yeah.
that under Biden. So I hope
Oh,
these dudes
there's something I think I heard on I think it was the Duran Alexander Mercouris. He said something. I'm probably going to play it because he talked about inflation. Inflation probably should be like maybe 25% if they use the old formula, and they haven't seen that kind of inflation in this short a period of time in like 70 years. So. So the thing is, they're hiding this kind of stuff. But I'll actually put it on Patreon. I just have to clip the link, clip the segment.
I seen that article too. I'm going to talk about that one as well.
Yeah,
I've been noticing those articles popping up as well. But
yeah.
it's not on CNN. It's not on NBC. They still talking about that Roe v. Wade shit like it matters. But
Well, we actually well, the thing is they're late on Roe v. Wade. We actually talked about it like 2 or 3 years earlier. So most people here is like, yeah, like yawn, ho hum. So it is what it is. But anyway, where's Charles's link? Okay, there's Charles's link. Scroll up. He's got one going now. Probably got a good one going. Go over there because we are getting ready to close down. So with that, y'all, I'm out, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace.